Hello, viewers and listeners. Jordan here, and welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play, show, and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is my interpretation of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. It blends classic fantasy with Greek mythology to create an adventure of epic scope, storytelling, and heroes, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so with that, I want to let the cast introduce themselves and their characters.
Hey everybody, this is John, he/him, and I play Mercury, the Siren demigod sorcerer. And well, Mercury's from a very unique place, a place that nobody can seem to recall, a place where he was once a prince, and he's traveled around this world trying to figure out what happened to his home island. He met some crazy adventurers along the way. He seems to always like to bring joy and happiness to everyone around him.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hey, I'm Keishi. I play Bartholomeos, the Minotaur Herculean Barbarian. May the Ancient Ones watch over you.
I'm Nick, he, him, and I play Theamos, the human dragon lord paladin. Okay, Sophia. What's irritating doesn't go away and makes you miserable? A lich. Get it? Because it's a play on It's Your No Fun. Mercury would have laughed at that joke.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Imperia, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. They're just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Atreus, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
Excellent. And I also want to now pass the opportunity for a recap over to Monsieur Brendan.
Melons, I guess, of some very large bird-like creatures, the griffins, as tried to shoo them away at first, but some others were hiding on the rise as they seemed very unfriendly and wanted to make us their next snack. So, combat ensued, scaring off a few, fighting off and slaying a couple, until the largest one seemed like the brood mother of sorts. I'm not really sure. We did not get the chance to sex them, but it decided to try to defend one of the youngs when they were both at the end of their lives, as it was facing off against Bartholomeos, as seeing this sign of, I guess, self-preservation, I suppose, for itself and its young. Bartholomeus lowered his axe and pleaded for the rest of the party for I don't know, a little bit of a stop in the combat to try to give them a chance to flee. And then a sudden divide in our heroes was created as Bartholomeus and Impheria spoke on behalf of the Griffins to try to let them flee with their lives, as Sophia claimed to simply claimed that they would serve better in their deaths than in their lives, as Nyx claimed that they would be more of a threat to mankind alive than dead, as they were simply monsters created by Lutheria. And sadly enough, though, Bartholomew and Furia did not particularly have the means to stop the rest of the group as the creatures were slain. And, well, Sophia went to gathering. There was a bit of a conversation about what just transpired, of where people's morality lie, but it was quickly stowed away for a time as, well, we don't have much choice. We're stuck in this together. They're just gonna have to fucking deal with it. So we move on back to town as we unless I'm forgetting anything. I think we just make our way back to town after that. As I guess Sophia and Nyx had a little bit of a conversation about how their certain type of morality might serve themselves, that they might want to keep it close to the chest. And they also learned that there was actually a survivor in the carnage that the Griffins brought to the armored men. One of the knights of sorts, actually from Mitros, that was apparently on a little bit of a mission to come up here and find us. Not particularly any purpose, but just to, well, find if we were real or not, to carry the word back to Mitros, which was strange because we had heard that the travel from Mitros was almost impossible with a terrible storm raging in the area. But they informed us there was another path, one that was sort of long and winding off to the west, that took them clear of the coastline and the mountains, and that's how they were making their way here. But we took the injured man back with us, burned the dead, and gave them their funeral rites, and returned back to
Historia.
Astoria. That's the one. Uh, as we made our way back to Astoria, we decided to all meet back up and talk to Vulcan to talk about the mines, give an update, but not before Theamos and Nyx broke off from the group, as Theamos had some important stuff to talk to his father about, as he kept hearing rumors that maybe he's got more siblings out there in not small numbers, and he wanted to confront his father about that. During the confrontation, he sort of skirted around the subject a bit, but it did come back to the dragon egg that Theamos claimed, which, strangely enough, it seemed like his father maybe knew a little bit more than he was giving on, as he almost seemed to be expecting the young man to bring back the egg. As in quick order, his father told him that the egg by itself would never really hatch, not without a influx of power, something given by a spark, something like the spark of a god. So his father injected his own energy into the egg. As it glowed, more life could be felt within, and possibly it is just waiting to hatch at any moment now. Besides that, Nyx actually stuck around in the palace for a little bit, doing her little sneaky thing, and doing a little bit of eavesdropping on the two gods as they spoke about actually what was going on in Mitros. Apparently, the horrible storm was certainly not of natural causes, and possibly it was the creation, or maybe the I don't know, the the downsides of whatever a certain individual was getting up to, possibly one of the sons of Sidon, as for Sidon to create such a storm by himself would be a breach of the treaty that's been put into place, but maybe his son didn't care about such things as much. So she came back, shared a little bit of that knowledge with the group as we talked to Vulcan, and we talked about sort of the tools we might be needing for the journey ahead, as sort of went over some minor items. Half of us just wanting for some stronger arms and armor, some of us asking for tools for the time ahead. As Vulcan told us that most things were possible, although the stranger that we required, the stranger materials that he required, telling us of certain items or things that we might need to accomplish before such items could be created, which the forge could be used for. But after that, he decided he'd go off to the forge and start doing his own work in preparation for everything, but not before leaving behind a little helper of sorts, one of his automata that he's created a handful of, leaving one with the group, giving Sophia and Theamos a ring, a way to call the creature, as it seems like it was built for basically a messenger, although within its core, it seemed to have that strange extra dimensional space, much like a bag of holding, meant to be a transporter of sorts. If we needed to get things places, it was there to serve. And after all that, we had a little conversation of what we were going to do next. We basically had two rows in front of us. One to go to the necropolis, the place we were told that only death lies and wait for us, or to Mitros, the place that's been under siege. And it seems like, possibly, we might have landed on going to Mitros in the south, trying to get some more things prepared, as it also seemed like a good hunting ground of sorts for the items that Vulcan required of us.
Indeed. Very well said. Go ahead and reset your mythic inspiration and set it to 1 for an excellent retelling of the events of last week's episode of Heroes of Thylea. And coming back into play now, it is about 7:40 or so, 7:44 on the 28th of Kintian in the city of Astoria. Actually, the 29th of Kintian, rather. I believe it should be. As you all find yourselves sort of gathered up with Theamos being sort of handed the keys to the palace, as it were, but this time just Vulcan's workshop. As what are you all going to do? I believe there were some discussions of a plan of getting together with the gods for a bit of dinner at the Dragon's Tooth, a little meeting of sorts, but you still have time before then, so what now?
So you guys ready to go to the necropolis?
Shoot Theamos in his face.
I do believe that Mitros is a better choice.
Agreed, especially considering some materials for our new items could be gathered on the way there and back.
That's fair.
The necropolis might be the hardest challenge compared to Sidon. So it would make sense we should head to Mistros to get the materials for Vulcan so we can be ready for what's to come.
Do anybody know anything about Sidon's children? I mean, there's the Oracle. Ampharia is like a grandchild-ish.
Something of the sort, yes.
Atreus just shrugs.
Depends on what we need to know. I can see what I remember.
Yeah, would I know anything about Titan-born children? Lineage?
How powerful we can expect them to be? Are they like the gods, or just like a bit below the gods? Are they like me and just fabulous in every way?
Yeah, there's different sort of branches or levels to this, and you would think, based on the context, Nyx, from what you heard, Kyra must have most likely been referring to a Titan-born child between Sidon and Lutheria, the most powerful combination. This is not a simple demigod.
I don't believe this child is anything close to what you are, Theamos. In fact, it's worse. If I heard right, we're probably dealing with the child of not just Sidon, but also Lutheria herself.
Oh no.
So would that make him another Titan?
I would assume so.
Guess that begs the question, are we going to Mitros to actually solve this problem? Or for our own means, leaving the storm aside?
I think it would be in our benefit to also solve this problem. A Titan causing a storm that's lasted over a month now if he decides to destroy Mitros, that is the city with the most wealth of knowledge and resources. We'd essentially be allowing a valuable asset to sink. I do not think we can afford that.
I grew up in Mitros, and I'm not comfortable just going there, collecting our stuff, and just, peace, guys, good luck.
It feels like it is our duty as the Oracle's chosen to challenge Titan. The gods cannot act against him, but we can.
True.
Not to mention, Mitros is where Valis is, a goddess of wisdom and knowledge herself. She could give us more information to help us along our journey. Information we could use to defeat the Titans later down the line.
She might have some insider information about the necropolis, too. You can know
She
what to
might.
expect.
Exactly.
And also the rumors of the dragons. It would behoove us to find out more about those.
Are we concerned with dragons? I know we follow the path of the Dragonborn, but
We saw that dragon, or the illusion of what it might have been, on our way to the mithril mines. They seem to have become part of our journey, whether we will it or no.
Wait, what if the dragon... Wasn't there someone riding the dragon? What if that was Sight and Sun?
That is not something I had thought of.
That's a very good point.
Didn't he, summon a storm when he, passed over us, too?
Wouldn't that be a commonality among all of Sidon's children, though? But still, it's a possibility.
How unsettling.
from what it sounds like, from what you overheard, the knowledge that it may be child of Titan is not widely known. Sounds like he's not made a proclamation or anything.
No, and like I said, I'm not sure if that's even information that Kira's going to want us to know. I have no idea how does she plan to frame this problem to us, so it's vital that we allow her to assume we aren't aware of the details she is going to share. As far as they are concerned, all we know is that there has been a storm brewing, nothing more.
Yeah.
You want us to lie to her?
Oh no.
Withhold information. Just not... I mean, if she asks us, did we spy on her? I mean, it's probably best to tell her the truth, but I don't think she's going to ask.
I mean, I didn't.
Exactly. So you're not lying.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, we know stuff now.
We just wait for her to give it to us.
Mercury, do not make me regret sharing this information with you in confidence. I feel like I've risked a lot as it was trying to get it.
I feel like she's not going to keep it a secret from us anyways. It's something that we're going to need to know. She probably just wanted to discuss with Pythor about, I guess, this ritual before going along and telling us that we're going to do it.
Certainly, and if she tells us, then there's no harm in it. But if there is information they'd wish for us not to know, it's in our best interest for them to assume we still don't know it.
I mean, this just kind of, to me, this seems like a no-brainer, right? We can either go A, to the necropolis, that's always been there, always will be there, no major rush, or B, we go to a city that's certainly going to get doomed, murdered, and raped, and everyone there is going to die. Plus, I get to fucking kick some side little spawn's ass. So to me, that's a win-win.
Despite Mercury's wording, I have to admit I agree.
Agreed, depending on exactly what we face.
There's
I'm
that.
also in agreement. I'm just being cautious with what it is the gods would like us to know. And what it is I've gathered for us on my own. That's all. I'm not disagreeing with this journey.
Well, hopefully the gods are forthcoming in what they do now. I do not know what to prepare against as of yet. I'd like to know exactly who the spawn is, if they know, or even if they can guess.
It would seem, Thamos, that my family is even more screwed up than yours.
This is competition because I feel like I could find a lot of dirt.
I don't mean it as a competition, merely a observation.
I feel like a competition would have been fun.
I feel like I missed something. Was there a dinner planned tonight or something?
Pythor and Kyra are supposed to be meeting us here in a bit. I assume to discuss what they discussed in private about Nitros.
Oh,
Just waiting for them.
without any more information to be gathered here, unless anybody else has any secrets to share, I have work that I must do before that meeting. Unless you need me, I will be off until then.
Wait, in case of emergency, where are you gonna be at, Sophia?
So it seems like the whole world already knows. Davos. The shop south of here.
Oh, yep. Alright.
I'm gonna head out.
I'll be in the Agora for a little bit of time. I happily loaned my sleeve to Thylea, but so Nyx looks over at her mark of Lutheria. I can't let this be shown in public. I'm gonna need to find something else to cover it up, so...
I'll actually come with you. I need to buy a bunch of stuff so I can resummon Darius. I need supplies.
Wonderful.
I don't remember which one of these buildings it actually is the thing.
You got it.
Is that one? Hey, alright.
Hey.
One of these
that-
three.
Yeah, his is one of the few buildings that actually goes into that large mountainous rise, which
The
is why
Heart
his shop
Rock.
is that's why his shop is so deep. All right, Thylea and Nyx heading to the Agora, Sophia visiting Davos, Impheria heading to her sort of high-rise outcropping on the edge of the northern side of town, when you visited before.
Chill
What
out there.
Yeah.
Oh, I took Catalonia with me.
Taking Cephalonia with you? Alright. You should notice there's like I got a new module that lets you just drag your token and see the distance you're going now, so...
Yeah, I just thought that was...
Neat.
Hopefully be helpful in
Oh,
terms
that was
of
me.
figuring out how far you're going to places.
Okay.
Let's see here. And then Atreus, Bartholomeus, Mercury, what are you guys doing? You guys got, it's about 7:46 now, and...
Wait, in the morning?
PM, and you figure dinner is probably going to be about 8:30, so you just want to burn some time. Let me know what you do.
Not a lot of time.
What?
It's not a lot of time.
No.
Just kind of hanging around at the pub. It should be across the street, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You can go there early for sure. Just get a nice booth or something.
Oh shit, I
Yeah.
thought we were already there. Yeah, I'm going there.
You guys are technically still in Vulcan's workshop, which is like right there, so. All right. So Mercury, Atreus, Bartholomeus heading to the Dragon's Tooth early.
Yep.
All right. Fury, are you doing anything up there, or are you just hanging out?
Just kind of like processing what happened with the Griffins and thinking about morals and what this disagreement means and how to how to still be a fellowship even though we have this disagreement. Just kind of processing.
How to get rid of Sophia without anybody noticing.
Gotcha. Yeah, feel free to fill in John in the cast chat. All right, so Theamos and Nyx heading to the Agora. Let's start with Theamos. You said you're looking for materials for maybe some spell components, it sounded like?
Yeah, I need to go buy a bronze brazier and just enough materials for like 10 summons of Find Familiar, which is 10 GP each.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're easily able to find a bronze brazier, not in most common like stalls and shops, but a few distinct ones that seem to not only have like braziers, but also like sort of ritualistic incense and the same sort of censer that you have that Nyx has like dangling from her staff. A lot of priestly and clerical goods alongside this, but you're able to get a bronze brazier for the standard price. In if it's is it gold?
Bronze, but does it have to be a brazier? Can I use a censer? I kind of want to put it at the end of my sword and just have that there.
On the
just for looks.
Oh, on the hilt of your sword, like on the base?
Yeah, and just have it like dangling on the other side, just for looks. And then
Like a
I can
fucking-
use that instead of brazier.
Like a fucking keyblade dangle?
Yeah.
They're usually pretty big, but
Have you seen my muscles?
It's more so the balance of the sword, but I get you. Would a set of small ones be all right?
Sure.
Okay, so you're able to get a few small sort of sensors, like say a collection of 4 of them, and are able to fasten them to the end of your sword in a sort of dangly fashion, coming to the sides of each of your to each side of your let and fill them with the necessary components for that spell. Easily able to acquire that. Let me see here. Yeah, turn that off. Which is a bronze brazier? Like 5 GP? Bronze. Of course, my compendium doesn't have it in there. Let's try here. Oh my god.
So Theamos, when this egg hatches, are you going to have a need for Darius anymore?
What? Darius is part of the family. I'm always going to have a need for him.
Oh, it's a brass brazier.
Does it say brass?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so for 2 drachmi for the brass brazier, or for the sensor version of it, the collection of 4 of them, and then you said enough for 10 casting, so what, 100 drachmi?
Yeah.
All right. Easily able to sort of collect that from these various sort of clerical stands. You see a couple people sort of surprised that you need so much, but more than happy to take your drachmi. Nyx, what are you doing in the Agora?
I'm going to look for a seamstress or tailor of sorts. She hasn't quite decided how she wants to do it, if she wants to just procure another sleeve, or perhaps purchase a scarf, or a bracer even, so she's looking for clothes. Initially.
Just sort of simple clothes, fancy. What degree of quality we're looking at here?
Something nice. Doesn't have to be too fancy. It just needs to go with my outfit. It needs to be presentable.
Okay. Yeah. So just sort of looking around for something just middle of the road, we'll say, and relatively presentable. You're able to find some selections that suit your tastes.
Lovely. Think.
Looking for a particular
Yeah,
color or style or cut or anything like that?
White should be fine. My last sleeve was like of a lighter hue and should work nicely. Should look nice. Even if it's just a scarf, she would buy a pin so that she can fasten it herself. So wrap it around her arm and then fasten it with a pin. Like she did with her old one. But it was really more like, the old one was really like a tube that she pinned.
Yeah, got you. Yeah, as you're sort of going around, you find a relatively nice looking white scarf that seems to sort of be of the right size and thickness to sort of facilitate your repurposing of it. And you can see, you know, as you're sort of going through the items, the shopkeep sort of catch a glance at your arm, noticing the strange sort of symbol on it, and just sort of look at you and just sort of take a few steps to the left away from you. Are you finding everything all right? You can see here this sort of catch of breath, like they've seen something that seems to sort of frighten them.
I quickly put my hand over my mark. Yes, this scarf is very nice. I'd like to purchase it, and perhaps a pin if you have those here as well.
20 lepta is fine.
All right, thank you. So I go into my bag and give her the 20 lepta.
Yeah, you don't see her really seem to sort of accept it with her hand. She just seems to sort of wait for you to put it down on the table.
Very well. Have a lovely evening. As I quietly put it down and take my scarf, quickly wrapping it around on my arm as I leave her stall.
You hear an audible sort of sigh of relief as you start to step away, going somewhere else.
Bitch.
And only.
Oh yeah.
I am going to purchase one more thing. I'm just going to purchase an extra water skin.
Yeah, easily enough.
Set fire to that shop.
Now she's gonna throw the water in her face.
Sophia with Kefalonia the Keledon in tow, heading to Davos's humble abode shop.
Knock my super secret knock on the door. Knock, knock. That's it. That's my super
That's
secret
it?
knock.
That's the
Yeah.
super secret knock. It's just
Yep.
knock knock.
Knock, knock.
Yep, the fireball runes go off. The entire agora goes up in
Yeah.
flames. You have
That's how he
entered
knows
the
there's a
combination.
person knocking on the door. Super secret.
You gotta work on that super secret knock.
Yeah, you find the door, unlocked, store seemingly open for business.
Get on in.
As you head in, Kefalonia seems to sort of tuck her strange sort of wings in behind herself, and you hear this sort of strange whirring noise as they almost seem to sort of fold together and seem to sort of sink into her back, allowing her to enter in behind you. It has been a couple days. Glad to see you made it back.
Journey did not take as long as I expected. It was gone. But I've brought you quite a selection of things to have a look at. And I need an update on what's happening here. As I start to put down my bag and start to slowly take out jars and things as he starts to talk. The other things that I've given you, any progress?
Quite a bit. Some of these things you procured are rather potent, but a bit finicky. They're hard to sort of nail down into a stable mixture. I had to consult with Vulcan on a few things.
I'll expect that to be good news, then.
It is. Getting the Guard of the Forges to help in creating something is, quite beneficial to what it is you're creating.
As I've seen, as I look over my shoulder. Is this
Sort of
part
looks
of your
over at
work as
you.
well? He spoke that you and him had been working on something together, and then he gave me authority over this creature. But it seems like you did not know of such a thing.
I am familiar with his Caledons, but I did not aid him in creating this. I'd be much, much older than if I had. But he's given you one. That is quite an honor, Sophia.
Indeed. Clunk another jar onto the table.
I see you have been quite busy at collecting things. All in all, though, the story has been pretty quiet since you all have left. No real signs of change. The crop harvest is coming along amicably enough, considering the drought period we had. Things should be alright here for a bit, though I've heard they're not looking as good in Mitros. As he starts to take things out, you can see as he's sort of talking louder and louder as he goes towards the back and actually retrieves these things out of your little safe. So he comes up with a assortment of vials and containers, some of them a little larger, some of them a little smaller. One of them seems to be like a set of 3. Let's see. I was able to turn all of the little things you'd given me into something that I hope will be useful for you.
Good.
Let's start with the simplest, though be warned, some of them are, like I said, a bit finicky, these things.
Understood.
He takes out the 1, 2, 3, the set of 3 of them in these sort of straight, sort of cylindrical bottles. This dark ruby red color, hard to see through. You can't, like, he puts it up to the light and you can't really see through it to him on the other side. Made it from some of that blood you got from the larger basilisk. These should help if anyone finds themselves, quickly turning to stone. And even if someone has, it should also restore them. I couldn't really think of a decent thing to call it, but yeah. So he sort of slides one of the bottles over to you. You can see just a scribbled label on it, seemingly almost written in jest, as it's just called Petraway. As a bonus action, you can drink this concoction while under a magical effect that would inflict the petrified condition and immediately end that effect upon you. You can also administer this as an action to another creature who fulfills the stated conditions, or splash the contents on a petrified creature or object to remove the petrified condition at the end of their next turn. I was able to make 3 vials of this. Yes, if you find yourself tangling with some Medusa or the famed Iron Bull up north.
Seems like our journey may have us face off more against Sidon than we would like originally. So it might be more useful sooner rather than later. Good. Although your humor is unexpected.
Well, I was a father. see. This was a reduction of that strange eye you found. It is something that I think could be quite potent for a few of your more brutish fighters, not so much for yourself. It has its trade-offs, but it should hopefully help. As he hands you another bottle, this one spherical in nature, a lot like the eye, and you swear as you look at it, you can see what looks like an iris and a pupil look at you, and then it just seems to sort of fade away. Like you saw an eye, and then it just seems to disappear as it seems to swish around in this odd sort of clear solution. It'll let you see in the dark a lot better than most, but it is screwy what it does with your perception after a certain distance. It's hard to see things further than they can. As this bottle is labeled Geigen See, Geigen Fight. As...
More humor.
Oh yeah, I had a ton of fun with these. I'm sorry. That's just the way this is going to go. You have to deal with it. As an action, you can drink this potion and you gain dark vision for 60 feet around you. You have disadvantage on any attack roll against a target 30 feet or more from you. Additionally, attacks made against you from more than 30 feet away have advantage. Lastly, you can use a bonus action on your turn to focus your aim, granting yourself advantage on attack rolls during this target against any targets within 30 feet of you. This effect lasts for an hour. Drinking this potion more than once within 24 hours requires a DC 21 Constitution saving throw or be blinded and the magic lost. It is a potent mixture, but one that is not something you want to be drinking very often. It can overwhelm the senses.
Interesting. Tampers with the depth perception, it seems.
Yeah, Cyclopses and their descendants often have issues in the same realm. It seemed like maybe a component of some magical curse. I don't know that I can get rid of it if using such an ingredient.
Oh well, God.
Now that... the organs, the viscera you collected from the various basilisks, that is what I needed Vulcan's help with, especially. Turning that into something truly useful was difficult, but with some of his aid, we were able to make something... well, I couldn't think of a funny thing to name this one. It just does what it says on the bottle. As he hands it to you, this square, dark gray. It looks like he handed you, what's that word when you mix, like, rocks and water? Like this...
Cement.
No, it's slurry. It looks sort of like a clay slurry. It's sort of like someone's made a protein shake and they've just messed the ratios all up and it's really grainy.
Chunky.
Yeah, it looks awful. As it just says on it, stone form supplement.
Your milk's gone bad.
As you can, as an action, drink this potion and immediately make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. On a failure, you cannot take any actions or move as you vomit for 1 round. On a success, the magic takes effect. Your flesh turns as hard and as sturdy as stone. For 1d4, 30 minutes times the result, you gain resistance to slashing, piercing, fire, cold, lightning, and poison damage.
Ooh.
You also gain vulnerability to bludgeoning and thunder damage. Additionally, you gain 20 temporary HP. Your speed becomes your strength score, rounded up to the nearest multiple of 5. And when this effect ends, the target gains 1 level of exhaustion for every hour that passed under this magical effect. Drinking this potion more than once within 14 days petrifies you, and the magic is lost. It is, albeit honestly outside of my capabilities. I found that in asking for Vulcan's help, I ended up really helping him more than he helped me with this one.
Interesting.
He added
Seems like it
some
could be
components of
more
his own.
useful, more diluted, if possible, but still very powerful. Good. Stow that one away as well.
As you should hopefully have, you have permissions on them now? No, you don't. All right, give me a second.
Let's see, we got Gygon used. Come on, Google Docs, come on. Phew.
There you go. Now you should be getting permissions to see them underneath your magical items in the journal section.
Did that take like all the basilisk stuff, like the stomach and the eyes and everything?
Yeah, all of the collected viscera was necessary for the stone form supplement.
Even the venom glands and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it turns you to stone.
Exactly. Look at you.
Used. Alright, good deal.
Yes, that potion seems to sort of partly turn you to stone, which causes some difficulty in moving if you're not really strong, but comes with a host of beneficial effects as well.
That's all that you've been able to create so far.
Thus far, I don't believe you had anything else that you had ordered from me.
What of the strange ooze assets and the remains of the Dryad?
The Dryad remains were unfortunately inert, and the ooze will require a bit more time. It is a strange composition. Hard to really make anything besides a simple acid, if that's all you want.
The creature had a way of luring creatures to it. An illusion, something to tamper with the mind. I would expect something of that essence to remain. Maybe perfume or something.
I'll see what I can do, maybe combine it with some hallucinogens or something. That's good information, as Davos seems to sort of take out a notepad and notate that down. He seemed to be sort of locked in on its physical interactions and didn't seem aware of its other potential pivots, based on your experience.
This is what I bring you now, as I point to the jar. Big old jar with a big old eye in it.
Oh, more eyes.
Yes. Cerberus. Although not the elder that we heard stories of, a lesser creature, even still, I, like many of my folk, have the ability to call on darkness that can blind any eye, and yet it could see through it, it seemed. Maybe some of that still lingers within this, as point out the other, let's see. Oh, it's got lots of eyes. Never mind. I got 6 eyes in that jar.
Yeah.
Because they're little eyes. These fangs from the Cerberus, it seemed like it burned as much as it did bite. Tongues of such a beast. It spoke to us, even an unintelligent creature that came from a hound. Possibly an inner knowledge brought by it, an understanding of language. Horn. Although one badly damaged, I'll bring later. Relatively large. It seems to be of impressive make. Don't know if you can make much use of it yourself, but I like your expertise in it before I hand it off to Vulcan as supplies. Others more mundane things. Some pinions of a griffin, although of monstrous size. And, well, their eyes as well. Simply for keen sight, if nothing else.
Encountering a lot of creatures of the make of Lutheria. Not unusual for a hero such as yourself. He sort of takes a look at the Cerberus horn. You have one intact and then one damage you'll bring later?
Both of them I'll bring later because they're too big.
Gotcha.
I didn't haul them through the streets with me.
You didn't carry giant horns with you through the streets? Alright, fine. Fair enough.
I'll have this one bring them to you later.
Gotcha. Got it. That'll be the thing I'm most interested in, as he sort of takes a look at the jar of eyes. I'll see what I can do about trying to enhance your sight. And you said this thing could speak to you, like, to your mind.
It seems. Understood our language if, well, through more psychic means more than anything else. But it was more than just a mere beast.
Strange sort of intelligence. I might be able to work something out with this appendage. Though, in cases like these, you might want to see if you can bring, I know it can be difficult, but the brain itself.
That will be a task, but I'm trying to work with Vulcan on something to make that easier. And I'll have to resupply before I head out again. Restock my alchemical, well, storage devices.
Gotcha.
Last thing I have is the most curious of all, that I need more research done about than anything else to know its properties. As I bring out the jar that has the piece of flesh that I cut off the old Cerberus that still has the strange ichor on it, and pull out the couple jars, the 3 vials of that ichor as well. We stumbled upon the remnants of a creature, its trail, I suppose. Something made of darkness and light. What killed the original Cerberus? These are its leavings, it seems. The skin torn and wrenched from the beast, from what seems like immense pressure. I can't make much of it, and I do not have the time for prolonged study of it. I'd like to leave it to you. Although I will take a few vials with myself when I head to Mitros. Discuss it with few there as well.
This could certainly be of interest to the sages if they are not pontificating the meaning of life. Sort of takes a look at the vial, sort of screws up his eyes at them, and then sort of reaches down into some of his personal supplies. You see him take out some what look like those same sort of small spectacles, and put them in front of his eyes and look at it again. There's definitely something strange about this. Thank you for bringing it to me. There might be someone more amicable to this sort of research in Mitros. My cousin, Zorin. You'll find her... What's the polite way to put this? Fiery when it comes to things of an alchemical nature. Quite impassioned and obsessed almost. I feel like she might be able to put a lot of time into looking into this for you. But I assume you studied at the academy.
I don't. Although I was quite young and was unable to further my studies for as much as I would have liked. I have a general knowledge of most things. And I've been studying alchemical practices, as you've seen with your aid, but I'm far from a master of it.
Zorin didn't have a good experience with the academy. I wouldn't speak highly of it.
Very well. Are you on good terms?
Family. She won't be upset if you're saying that you're working with me, I can assure you of that much. She might complain about me, but...
I'll be here for a bit. Would you mind scribing me a letter of introduction?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you. Part of my mission
Should I
to
use your
Mitros.
little alias?
Do I have an alias?
I can't remember if you actually established it or if you were just spitballing that idea.
I don't think I did.
Okay.
Simply use the name Sophia. If there's an issue, well, be resolved later. Part of why I need to go to Mitros is to acquire more aid. I understand I've put a lot on your plate. I would like to relieve that so you can focus more intently. I do not mean to rush these things, but they do need to be done. The more hands, the better. Good to know that there's another that you'd prefer me working with.
She's quite talented, both in magic and in alchemy.
Good. Before I go, the pinion that I'm leaving here, keep one. I need it for something else. And I'm hoping you have not discarded the ashes of the Dryad yet. I may require them and the aconite bombs.
No, they are stored away. Like I said, I couldn't pull anything out of them, but I didn't get rid of them for, well, fear of that very reasoning. You may need them for something else.
Good. Last bit is the recovery potions spoke of last time. I know they were not supposed to be done until the 3rd, but they're near completion. Have you completed any yet?
That sort of work has to be done in a batch, lest the magic end up filtering itself out. They'll all be done together, unfortunately. Doing them individually is much more resource intensive.
Understand. I'll see if I can delay our group's travel until then. We may need a week either way.
Alright then.
I'll have this one bring you the horns later. Till then, appreciate your work, Davos. I know it's not something you're required to do, but I'm glad there's someone that understands the import of what all of this means.
Well, if I don't help you and you find yourself failing and the world comes to an end, what good was a extra day off then, huh?
Agreed. Let me know if you need financial support for any of these things.
I'm in the midst of negotiating something with the palace. I'll be alright.
Good. And I will be off for the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thylea seems to follow you. And look at that, it's 8:22. What are the odds? It's like it's real time. As in short order, unless there's anything else, you will find yourself gathering back
Well, I
up.
want to ask Bart something.
Oh, sure.
I mean, unless Kishi's not here. He might not be here.
I'm here, go ahead.
Good. Hey, Bart, I got a question for you. When we were in the old forge area, right? You turned all black and got angry.
Yes.
Like, have you ever not been able to stop being angry?
Um, it's something that I've learned to control as I've gotten older. It's taught in my village that with prayer and some practice, we can stave that transformation from taking over us, and we can use the strength while keeping, our sensibilities.
So what happens if a Minotaur doesn't learn that training?
I've never met a minotaur outside of my village, so I don't know.
All right.
More ale.
Oh yeah, and I'm taking the flesh sample back with me. I'm just gonna leave one vial of this tar stuff for Davos.
Roger that. Yeah, be sure, I don't know if there's a space you can make in like the quartermaster thing, but
It's
just
in there.
like a log that's underneath with him.
Yeah, it's to the right of all of our stuff. There's a Davos section that has all the stuff.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, 'cause I still...
Oh, I also buy a tent and another bedroll because I ripped up my bedroll for my child.
That is right. You did do that. Good on you. As you would be able to get a tent and another bedroll for just like a mid-range sort of tent and bedroll, nothing too fancy.
Yeah.
75 lepta. Okay, good. Yeah, and as you guys are sort of spending some time in the Dragon Tooth Inn, you start to see not so much familiar faces, but a few new faces sort of going around and cleaning things up. You notice a sort of younger looking lad seeming to collect dishes and take them off of tables, seeming to be some sort of like bus boy or something of that nature. And you can see as he sort of passes by this sort of booth that you all have managed to collect to yourself, you can see him just sort of staring now. It seems like you think for a second he's staring at maybe Nyx or maybe Theamos, and you realize he just seems to be watching Mercury, and his mouth just seems to sort of drop open in surprise before it's scurrying off with the dishes that he had off into the back.
Was it like an excited surprise or a horrified surprise? Nyx is very suspicious when people stare in her direction, so she
Give me an
definitely
insight check.
contacted.
$17 for a total of 25.
Hey, very nicely done. Yeah, so with a 25, it's quite clear as you look at him again, and just before he runs off, you can see the slight upturn of the sides of his cheek as he seems to be running off with a happy, surprised face.
You've got quite an amount of fans here, Mercury. No doubt from your performance a couple weeks ago.
Well, I mean, there are fans.
Just
Quietly sip my drink.
a few moments later, Mercury... And... You notice the proprietor of the Dragon's Tooth Inn, your old friend and not really business partner, but someone who always sort of decided to give you and your group the stage whenever you came through town. Delphian, with his great white beard and long white hair, seeming to sort of talk to the small boy with his quite black hair and seeming bundle of joy attitude, as Delphion looks over to your guys' booth and looks back at the kid and seems to sort of just say 5 or something, and you're not sure what, and you see the boy sort of take off the smock around his waist and put it down on a chair next to him and seem to sort of run up and over to you all.
Oh, here he
Howdy.
comes.
Hi, you're Mercury, right?
Yeah, that's my name. What's your name?
Marcos.
Oh, all right. Hi, Marcos.
Hi. Do you mind if I introduce you to my sister?
Is she here?
No, I think she's over at the Smith, but I can go get her. There was something that she wanted to give you if you came back into town. I'll just go get her.
All right, Marcos. That's a nice kid.
Our fans, my ass.
What? I mean, he just wants his sister to come over.
Are you truly so oblivious to the fact that he's clearly a fan of you specifically?
Well, I mean, if anyone's a fan of me, it's because of the deeds and everything that y'all done.
And you don't think it has anything at all to do with the fact that you performed on this stage? That you are a musician? People tend to like bards and minstrels.
I mean, that's true. People tend to like musicians and whatnot, but I mean, music ain't everything.
Sophia, you would arrive right about now.
So yes, you are oblivious. Wonderful.
As a few moments later, you can see Marcos coming back into the Dragon's Tooth, holding open the door for a very pretty woman. Seems to have some sort of head covering, sort of holding her hair back, and you can see just the oddest sort of slight blue tinge to the tips of her fingers, like she's sort of dipped them into ink or something. What is it, Marcos? I understand, but we can't bother them. As she seems to sort of lead her in with this excited grin on his face. All right. As Marcos seems to sort of come over and sort of be pulling at his older sister by the head, and she seems to be maybe in her early to mid 20s. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say nothing. I was just waiting.
As she says, this sort of red yellow covering over her hair and this sort of soft, shy smile and demeanor about her. She seems to sort of keep her hand sort of twisting together just in front of her in a sort of nervous fashion. You can see that she seems to be holding on to something with a small sort of, what's the right word? Faint silver chain coming out of between her fingertips, or between her fingers. I assume that you all are the Oracle's chosen, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just wanted to extend my heartfelt thanks for your efforts, especially with the efforts that you've done in Astoria, Mercury. I was having a lot of trouble getting really an apprenticeship until you so kindly supplied, well, influence and struck me, honestly, to allow for such things to happen. We were struggling to make ends meet, and now we're finding ourselves better off each day.
Well, that's great to hear. Where are you apprenticing?
I'm working with the dwarves up north, not in the mines, but doing some silversmithing myself. I need to get a bit better at it. As you see her sort of rub at the fingertips on her hand, that odd sort of light blue discoloration on them. But I'm certainly trying my best. My little brother was so ecstatic. Sorry.
Oh, no, you don't need to apologize to him. He's just excited.
I can't help but admit I am as well, to see as she sort of looks over all of you. So many heroes. Well, this is mostly for you, but a blessing for all of you, I hope. As she sort of looks down and just sort of sticks her hands out towards you, Mercury, holding on to this, what looks like a small pendant in her hands, trying to hand it to you.
Oh, well, thank you. What's your name?
Penelope.
Oh, well, thank you, Penelope.
Of course. Honestly, this is my thanks to you for everything that you've done.
Well, I mean, these wings aren't just to raise me up. I find that Kira blesses people to raise all souls up around them.
But it's through your efforts that we are raised. So, well, I hope you like it, and I'll leave you to it, Marcus. We can't bother them any longer. I'm sure they have busy hero things to do.
Yeah, Pythor and Kira, they're coming down for dinner real soon.
As Marcos seems to sort of, like, face just lights up. Pythor's coming to the Dragon's Tooth again? Oh,
yeah.
I'm so glad I get to work tonight. He seems to just sort of bounce up and down with excitement. As he looks over towards the kitchen and bar area, and you can see Delphion seem to sort of watch what's transpiring and start collecting a few dishes off of a table himself, and sort of wave Marcos back on over. But I need to get back to work, as a matter of fact. Thank you, Mercury. Thank you, Oracle's Chosen. You guys are awesome.
Of course. I'm going to just kind of reach out and just grab Penelope's hands, and I'm going to look her right in the eye and be like, it's people like you that make a city like this so great. I know you're going to continue to do amazing things here, and I appreciate everything that you do.
Feel her hands get warm in yours, her face sort of flush with color. And she just sort of nods her head up and down.
I'll just let go of her hands.
Thank you. And she just sort of seems to sort of awkwardly make her way back out of the Dragon's Tooth, and you find in your hands this sort of silver medallion, Mercury, with a strange sort of carving into it. It seems rough isn't the right word. It seems like it was made with a lot of time and effort, but I guess strange, maybe? There seems to be this singular sort of body, and from that body, multiple sort of vaguely draconic, but also kind of reminiscent of wolves' heads. You're not really sure. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 heads in total, coming from a single body. This depiction, you know what this is. This is a classic depiction of a hydra, one symbolic in nature, but there's also something else. It seems like an etched blessing in it as well, both on the front and on the back, as this is what you see. 7 heads of the Oracle's Chosen.
Ooh.
A gift from a girl given with a smile and shy eyes. She says it's for good luck and protection. And who knows, maybe the prayers to Mitros, painstakingly smithed into the silver, will keep you safe. Maybe it'll be a reminder of those you're fighting to save. As you can see, the prayer ring around it on the front simply says, Holy Lady of Light, full is the heavens of your glory, and may he who brought day to me be blessed from shadow. And on the back, you see a series of rites. Together, each achieves more. Coil as one as the serpent's hiss, fight bravely as the lion's roar, and find peace wherever you go as the lamb amongst the herd. This I pray for you and your companions, by the power and glory and dominion of the Five. Amen. Yeah. Boop. It's in your journal inventory.
I think I know what journal inventory is.
Next to all of your other magical items. In between your whistler and your boon.
Yeah, I don't know where my whistler is.
Lost in the abyss.
This area? Okay.
Check the parchment paper under the heroes.
Hey, I just kind of look around. Sophia?
Yes.
I feel kind of bad asking this, but I mean, considering we kicked Sidon's test here, can you check this thing out, make sure it ain't cursed or nothing?
If
I
it's
mean,
a
if-
curse that's meant to be hidden, I cannot find such things unless one is to take the risk for it. I can see if it
Well, you
has any beneficial properties, though.
You can't find out if something's cursed or not?
Unless it is meant to be found, no. Curses are usually only perceivable once they've already taken hold.
So
That's
there's
the
things you can't do.
Indeed.
That's the tricky thing about curses. Their intention is to cause harm. Usually, things that cause harm are not so easy to sort out, especially through magical means.
Well,
Can I perform an insight check to see if I thought she was genuine?
Certainly. A little bit past the note, but I'll allow it.
Cool, thanks.
Sort of getting him.
Do we know, do people have like a reverence for Hydras?
Ha!
It is, oh geez, that 20, nicely done with a 23. So there are very few monstrosities in Thylea that are truly like abhorred. There are a few, to be sure, especially, for example, the mighty beast that broke down the Colossus of Mitros in Mitros. That thing is hated, but the Hydra is an odd one. It is more reminiscent in a lot of ways to the symbol of the ant, of the Myrmidons, though this a symbol of collective power, of collective strength. It is not really like worshipped. There is no true negative connotation to it, but Hydras have been destructive in the past. But it is not, you're not going to get arrested for displaying, a Hydra on your shield or something. It's
Like some
definitely
respected families might have heraldry that has a Hydra on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's same thing with a family having the symbol of a dragon. Like a dragon can destroy a lot, but at the same time, it's a symbol of strength and bravery and all this other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Same
It's not
with the
like
Hydra.
you see somebody with a Black Widow and you're like, that seems odd. Why is that your symbol for your family?
I mean, it's better than a windmill.
Yeah, and there's no secret Nazi organization around the Hydra either. Yeah, no, none of that.
I mean,
Well,
Mercury's like whatever,
makes
but
it
John's
secret.
like PTSD of bad dice
the
rolls.
secret,
with
the
anything
secret,
related to Hydra.
the secret organization is around what that symbol actually is, which is a giant octopus, or the Kraken.
Sorry, I interrupted Nikki's thing.
But with a 23, not 20, yeah, just from your impressions of Penelope and even Marcos, both of them coming up, to your eye, they seem nothing but genuine.
They seem perfectly genuine to me, Mercury. I wouldn't worry about it.
All right, if you say so, I trust you. Cause I'll just put it on.
Give me a
instantly
cut.
die.
As your head comes clean off.
That was
Explodes everywhere.
It says right here
Instant death.
in the book
TPK.
that their intentions are undiscoverable and you lose your head if you put it on. No,
Nice.
it seems to be just truly a well-intentioned symbol of your effort. As
How do I tell what I have prepared on this sheet?
probably be like a check mark or something on it.
Oh, it's
Usually
like
it has
star.
a book. Oh, is a star for you? Mine's
Yeah.
are books.
He might have changed sheets like a butt.
Yeah, the other one's not working well. This one works okay though. I don't even have detect magic prepared.
Look at that.
I'd have to ritual it, and I'm not about to fucking pop out a ritual here at the dinner table.
As in short order, about 7 or so minutes after that, you have both Pythor and Kira arriving, along with your waiter, oddly enough, to come take your orders for food. As Pythor and Kira definitely get a host of long stares and a bit of gawking as they arrive, as they often do. But it seems like Pythor isn't making time right now for handling the people. He seems to be sort of excusing himself as people seem to sort of come up and sort of giving credence, but not his time at the moment, trying to come over to you all and have a proper seat. You seem to be both cleaned up.
Kira, you can sit. You can sit right here if you want.
Push the fairy out of the way.
Just shoving Inferior. She goes flying 300 feet out of the building.
Oh no, I just pick her up and like throw her like, you know, out like through the roof, through the skylight, obviously.
As Inferior shuffles over and ends up sitting next to Nyx. Thank you, Mercury. How are you all doing?
I just kind of look over at Nyx. And I'm like, we're doing great, doing great.
Theamos is the table, Theamos. Come on now. We're eating off of you.
The washboard abs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
washboard
just laying
abs.
naked, we're eating
Yep.
sushi off his body.
Yep.
Wait, who
sushi.
has better abs? Does Theamos have better abs or does Atreus have better abs?
Dun dun dun.
I would say Atreus
You know what?
Paramount
Both
is
of
more
you get
lean.
naked. We'll just eat off both of you. We'll figure it out.
Thylea is more lean muscle than Atreus, I assume, based on the pictures.
You have like an otter bod to his like absolute swollenness.
And then there's Bartholomew.
Yeah.
Chunk.
Yeah, Bartholomeus. But do you have abs, Bart, or are you like a strong man where you have like just a strong core gut muscle?
I got probably like a 4. Like a 4-pack.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Inferior has like a tight set of abs.
She doesn't have a whole lot of anything on her, so I could see that.
I mean, I don't have abs, but my back is fucking swole.
I'm adding to the character sheet an ab stat underneath your charisma. It's a subcategory. It's a new skill. If you have abs proficiency or expertise, that determines how good your abs look. So Good, I suppose. I heard that Father left. Was everything alright with him as well?
I believe so. Just making his trek to the forge.
Put together than before we went to the Mithril Mines.
Yeah, good. Good. It does not surprise me that he wants to get to work so quickly. Yeah, that is Pa. I'm sure he wants to get his hands on some metal and start getting to work.
You know, some people want to get their hands on metal, some people want to get their hands on a bunch of women. You know, just normal God things.
How did I know that's where that was going?
Rapey.
I mean, it was just one. It was just one lady, Theamos. I mean, it wasn't a whole bunch of women.
I mean, I wouldn't know.
What, you don't
Just
find
held her
yourself
hand.
having to beat them off with a stick, son?
Beating something off.
I don't mean to intrude, sir, but I don't think you're supposed to hit women.
That isn't what I meant, Mercury. It's a colloquialism. You're a well-traveled man. Certainly you would know it.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if you knew it.
I see we're already pretty deep in our cups. Theamos, you know, there was, I'm feeling a lot better in a lot of respects, son, especially with the upcoming transition of things, thinking about taking some time away. Would you be so kind as to,
Do you want me to lift your oath?
I would appreciate it. It can be quite, boring on the road. I'm not
How
really
long has
going
it
with
been?
anyone. I want to say around 20 days.
Look at Kara. What do you think?
You can see her sort of look at her brother. But you have to limit yourself to mortal drink. You can't find yourself making ambrosia on your own time.
Wait, there's non-mortal drinks?
Wait, what is ambrosia?
I'd very much like to hear about this.
Of course.
Wait, what happens if we drink it?
It's been 21 days.
Oh, you will lose yourself in a mixture of, well, ecstasy and delirium, of course.
What even Theamos?
He might fare a bit better with divine blood, but I'm sure even Theamos, if it's prepared correctly. But it is rather, well, troublesome to prepare. It takes a bit of our own energy to make, and it's sort of a strange relationship. In weakening ourselves to make it, it makes it better able to affect us, if that makes sense.
Wait, so you take your own power and put it into it and make yourself weaker just to get drunk?
Oh, rarely, but some of us less rarely. She sort of just seems to punch her brother in the shoulder.
Alright, so I won't get rid of it, but I will weaken the load. I don't know how these ults works like this. I want to, instead of he just can't drink for the rest of like the 10 days, he just can't drink non-mortal alcohol for the rest of the 10 days.
It's simply a process of stating that you wish to change said oath, and Pythor agreeing to let you change said oath, restating the oath, and with the changes that you've already described, and resealing it. As you can sort of feel that same sort of strange otherworldly energy course through your body, that sort of weight seems to shift onto Pythor's back as the process begins, and with the change allowing him to drink mortal wines and ales, but not partake in the ambrosias of the immortals. You can see a slight degree of relief on his face as the oath is resealed, only for 10 days.
Yeah, the original thing was for a month.
Gotcha.
Extend it.
Good. You there, boy, can you bring me a nice tankard of ale, please? God.
His name's Marcos, Pythor.
You see him sort of like look over from one of the tables, just holding this bucket. As he just seems to like go to the back and point over to your guys' table, and in short order, drinks and platters of food are brought out, the things that you all may have ordered to enjoy for the time being.
I ordered some wine to fill up my new water skin.
Wait, you don't put wine in a new water skin. That's how they burst.
You think?
What?
It's in the Bible. Read it.
You goof.
You don't put new wine into a water skin. You don't put wine in a new water skin. It's in the word.
Fake news.
Oh my goodness.
What can we do for you two?
Yes, I know there are, well, pressing matters both to the south and up the hills and valleys of Mount Telemark to the necropolis. If you don't mind me getting to business on this, she seems to sort of raise up a small glass of like this sort of white wine, it's very sweet, saccharine it seems, and just take a sip of it. So, Oracle's chosen. Where will your odyssey take you next?
Oh, we heard that there's a storm happening in Mitros. And before we head to the necropolis, there's a couple things that we need to collect just in general. So we were looking to go there for some of our stuff as well. Let's figure out what the fuck is going on with that storm.
Just like intently looking at Kira.
Yes, it is quite peculiar that it has hung around for so long. Do you all have any, thoughts or worries on it?
I'm mostly concerned for how long it's been going on for. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I've been around for quite some time.
It can't be natural.
Wait, it can't.
A storm like that most certainly would cause issues of flooding along the roads and cause a lot of damage to the natural environment. I'm not entirely sure how Mitros is handling it. They're right up against the shore.
I'm scared that it might be Sidon's doing, but also that would go directly against the oath.
That it would.
I'm looking at Mercury as Nyx and Theamos continue to like fill the air with theories. I'm gauging his panic.
Oh, I'm freaking out.
Do your feathers get ruffled, Mercury?
No, my feathers don't get ruffled. But like, you can just kind of see, like, normally Mercury's hair is very like wind swept, but you can just see like this mop sweat just coming down as his hair is just kind of like, flattened down on his head. And he's just constantly like, his eyes are constantly darting between Nyx and Kira, and just like panically eating.
Like, you okay, Mercury?
Yep. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Find yourself quite hungry, I suppose.
Yep.
Alright.
Well, I don't imagine you do very well in storms, Mercury. Flying must be awfully dangerous.
Oh, I mean,
I'm sure that's exactly what's stressing you out. I understand.
well, I mean, in all honesty, the Warriors of Akira are some of the best flyers in the world. Oh, yep. That's definitely stressing me out.
What are you little children up to? But you're right. Poseidon could not conjure up a storm so powerful and troublesome over Mitros and go unaccosted by the Oath's enforcers. I'm sure if this was his direct doing, the Furies would have no, word of it. It is my belief that it is not Poseidon's doing. I think, though I cannot be sure, that maybe one of his children have been put up to this. Perhaps going rogue from his father's wishes, or maybe under his instruction, I cannot be sure. But I believe his oldest son.
How many children does Poseidon have?
Last I'd heard, 3, but who's to say in the last 500 years? And that's only concerning his children between himself and Thylea.
I mean, who would ever want to sleep with Poseidon?
Thylea, apparently.
Oh yeah, they're both kind of not right.
Right you are, Mercury.
Thank you.
Do you know what we should expect? Do you have like any particular side in mind?
His son, if it is one of if it's his oldest, this doesn't interfere with the Oath of Peace at all? If it's under Poseidon's instructions?
That is where things get interesting. I don't know that he is wielding the storm himself, but I have not seen it. I'm sure my sister would know more. I'm sure Valis has her own theories, and I'm sure is pressed for time in terms of finding a solution. The sewers beneath Mitros are an impeccable effort on the part of druids and my father, but I am sure they are strained underneath this persistent load.
So you want us to go help her?
If that is what you all wish to do, I do not influence your path one way or another. I am here only to advise and chronicle what it is you all decide to do. It is your odyssey, after all. What will the heroes of Thylea do?
If we are to go and aid Mitros, and if you are correct, Kyra, how was it always supposed to go against him?
That is where my concern is. He, being a direct son of Poseidon and Thylea, would be quite a potent foe. It is truly my hope that he isn't directly involved. If he is, and it is not a violation, then I'll have to work with my sister to figure out what to do, to try to occupy him, figure out what we can do to disperse the magic, if that is what is causing this.
Is he immortal?
His son?
Yes.
Yeah, their children can be killed, though it is quite an effort.
Would it be like trying to fight one of you two? Or worse?
No, not like trying to fight myself or my brother, or even the Titans. Just a truly powerful celestial.
Doable, but dangerous.
Very much so.
I
Someone like-
understand. Oh no, go on.
Yes. Someone like Xander of the Dragon Lords could probably face off against Thalius, though I'm sure if ever given the opportunity, that would have been a saga told about throughout the ages. A truly riveting battle.
I'll look over at Atreus.
What'd she say, Titus?
Thalius.
Tally.
Put it in. Oh wait, I think I did a self roll.
Is Thalius
There you
a Dragon Lord? Do we know that?
No, that's the son.
Yeah, it's the eldest son.
Oh, that's the son name. Okay.
Yeah, Xander was the leader of the Dragon
Xander was
Lords.
wow.
Yeah, famously powerful adventurer and hero.
If I'm to understand our journey up to this point, I understand the five you all have been weakened over the last few centuries. That spark from the boar, I sent it to Valis. You think that's been aiding her somehow?
I think that will be an integral part of a potential solution, though I'm not sure of the mechanics of it all, but it is something that Mother taught to Valis, a way for us to change the world when needed. Though with our weakened state, and without Mother, well, like I said, I'll have to figure out what Valis thinks and what she knows.
I mean, can't we just go find some more divine sparks and just give them to y'all?
That certainly is an option, though I have not heard word or rumor of any other divine beasts or monsters roaming the lands, at least not here.
Poseidon's son have one?
That I cannot be sure of. If he did, he would be far too potent a foe for you to face directly.
Why is that?
A combination of his own innate power and a spark. That would not bode well. It'd be almost like trying to fight Sidon, except younger.
Was the boar an oddity then?
No. I do not know much of the divine beasts and monsters and their whole coming into being, but they were never universally the same, even when we encountered them before. Even the boar we encountered before in the previous war. It seemed like something I think maybe Lutheria created, a way of trying to contest the dragons and their innate power and strength.
So a failure then.
One could certainly say. Though there were certainly... well, there were certainly not failures as well. The original Cerberus of the Mithril Mines. That was a quite potent creature, but it seems it's now slain. But it succeeded at its original task.
Spark aside, how much do you know of Thalia's strengths and weaknesses, history?
That is an unfortunate point. The only strengths I know of for him is a connection to storms like his father, A manipulation of wind, rain, lightning, and thunder, all the same. And I'm sure a strength unlike any other, certainly within the realms of his father without truly reaching them. Weaknesses? Beyond probably hubris and ego, none to speak of that I know of.
Do you know what would drive him to do such a thing? He's tried something like this in the past. Is there something he craves?
Storms like this in the past have been the direct result of Sidon himself. This, I would think, would require his constant attention, but there has been no declaration, no descending from the heavens or anything of that nature. It leads me to think maybe this is the work of another, perhaps power granted but not carried personally. I cannot be sure, though.
Is there
Would
another
only really
being
be-
capable of such things?
There's certainly a divine monster capable of it, but if that was over Sidon or over Mitros, we would know. Mitros would no longer be here. Perhaps he has enlisted the aid of something else? Hard to say, but Sidon and Lutheria do keep to themselves on the fringes of Thylea, and on said fringes there are many a strange place quite different than this one. It was not truly difficult to even find someone such as the Forge Keeper, someone not of this world. Perhaps he's enlisted the aid of an outsider. Maybe... Well, that would certainly be one way of getting around the oath, if it would stop him.
Right. Well, so what I'm hearing is we need to go down to Mitros and figure out what's going on.
Yes.
At least that much.
Our theories are theories, but we will not truly know how this storm was conjured and how it's working until we go there and see for ourselves.
It's a can-do attitude. One that will, I think, serve you well in this.
So we seek Valas.
It seems
That's what I intend to do.
She has a... Is there a library in Mitros? Probably been there before.
There's definitely the library at the academy, a collection of writings and theorems, both magical and philosophical. There are a collection of religious teachings at the various temples, the largest of which being the Temple of the Five. And other than that, perhaps just personal libraries. Only a few of them, though. Similar to how Honora seems to have her own here. And you recall like her mentioning how she's done exchanges with other nobles of scrolls and has both loaned and been loaned exclusive copies, etc., etc. Seems to be some sort of book network amongst the rich and powerful.
Kira, would you stay here? Or you'd come with, or?
Oh no, I am continuing on my chronicling. I'll be coming along, plus I'll need to figure out what Valis knows as well. I'm sure she'll be happy to help.
Is she certain of those words when she said that?
There definitely seems to be some sort of tension in them. Not so much doubt, but just it seems, as best you can read, against perhaps the most charismatic person in the plane, tension. But anything more than that, you are lost on.
When was the last time you saw your sister?
It has been quite some time.
How much do I know about Valis being from Mitros? It's like a queen issue.
What kind of queen is she? She definitely seems to be a very stern but fair sort of queen. She has a lot of respect, but at the same time, that really seems to extend to these days, the common folk in the middle class. You can recall some tensions between herself and the nobility, especially when it pertains to the discussion of slavery in Mitros. It was something that she, through great effort, outlawed and has since been maneuvered around into a loophole of sorts. Something that is a thorn in her side and has been a sticking point for some time. She doesn't seem to really get along with the nobility ever since then.
So,
What's the loophole?
that indentured oathy thing, right?
Indeed.
It's the oath of service.
The oath of service. Yeah, those of you, especially Mercury, Nyx, even yourself, the most well-traveled and experienced in Mitros, would be familiar with the practice, causing mostly Minotaurs to be trapped and forced to swear an oath of service, something that is transferred from one to another.
So, when you mean a while, Kira, are we talking like a year, 10 years,
Talking a while in the
100 years?
in the scope of a human's lifespan, a nymph's lifespan.
About 20 years or so.
Oh, that's not that long.
That's a while. I mean, any of y'all not seen your sibling for 20 years?
Amos raises his hand.
I must admit, I truly do enjoy your sense of humor, Theamos.
But for one like Theamos, that is his entire lifetime. For someone like me, that was my infancy.
Man, I don't have any siblings. I wish I did. Maybe I wish I don't. I don't know.
So we leave first thing tomorrow morning, or does anyone need stuff to do here?
I'd like to request 5 days.
5 days.
Before we set off to the mines, I had an order prepared for some, maintenance items. Something that can aid us, but they won't be ready until the 3rd.
I guess that's fine. I mean, in 5 days I could probably do some stuff in the smith.
Do we know when our Mitrosian captain is heading back to Mitros? Is he tagging along with us, or is he going on ahead?
I think he mentioned... He sort of looks over to Pythor. Yes, he was planning on leaving day after tomorrow.
Like by himself?
It seemed as such.
During a storm?
I could probably try and convince him to wait for us, just for safety reasons.
If he leaves on ahead, that's fine. I'll chart him a course through the mountains and give him a couple of things that may be able to help him through.
Still probably not wise to travel alone.
Yes.
I certainly wasn't going to hold the man captive.
True.
If he wants to go, what reason would we have to hold him here? It is his decision, after all. He is supposed to go back to his king and let him know that we do exist, after all.
I wasn't suggesting holding him against his will, just trying to persuade him to wait a couple of days for his own safety.
I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Theamos. I mean, I found him pretty captivating most of the time.
And yet you won't sleep with me. I'll go talk to him.
I'll go with you then. Just in case he decides to stay stubborn and go. So then agreed we would be here for 5 days, and then we will set off, with or without the Mitrosian captain.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
As Mercury finishes his 12th roll.
Mercury, calm down.
But he just kind of looks down and goes, Where'd all the rolls go?
You ate them all.
What? No. Oh. You just see him like grab his stomach. Oh.
Are you a nervous eater?
I guess.
Birds do take to bread.
I suppose they do.
Go team break.
Unless there's anything else, you will just enjoy a decent dinner, small talk exchanged, plans planned for the future, and it seems like 5 days set aside for Sophia's efforts to collect on, it seems, something to aid you in your efforts.
Yeah.
As Theamos and Nyx would meet with Eos, tonight or the next day?
I mean, I'm going back to the palace anyway. That's why I sleep, so I'm supposed to night.
I'll tag along with Theamos.
All right. It seems like Eos seems relatively dead set on trying to make the return to Mitros, expressing a sentiment that seems to be perhaps fearful of reprisal from his commanding officer, especially considering that this was a quest at the behest of the king. He seems worried at his prospects in the future if he does not return as quickly as possible.
But if you return with the Chosen in hand, we could spin a story. You fought bravely, but Sidon's creatures just would not let you pass until the valiant Chosen Ones came and saved the day. and you got to meet your Pythor and Kira, got to stay in the palace, and we just would not let you go safely. We felt too bad. We just would not let you go.
We insisted, if you think that would assuage him.
Retcon, I say Lutheria, not Sidon. I have Sidon on the line.
Yeah, certainly hearing that you all are willing to take some of the heat off of him for what he fears, and even speak so highly of him. Give me a persuasion check with advantage with a pretty low DC. Theamos. Well, I suppose a few days off in a degree of luxury wouldn't be too much to ask, right?
It's fine. Pythor won't say anything.
I swear, it almost feels like you're king of this place.
It's far too much responsibility. I'm too lazy for that.
What, more in tune with just swinging your sword and drinking, then?
It's so much easier. God, I'm sounding like my father.
That you are. Well, I'll certainly drink to that if you don't mind giving me the company.
What do you look like? Is he ugly?
It seems to be sort of a rugged type. Sort of like what's a good reference point for you? Like a young Joel.
Russell Crowe.
From The Last of Us.
Oh, young Joel.
You know Joel?
I don't play video games.
Why are you like this? seems to have like a short, well-kept, dark black beard, sort of like olive, sun-kissed skin, definitely muscular, and a close haircut. And overall, he seems to be all right, and probably like a strong 7, low 8.
Sorry, I don't go below 15s.
No, you meant below. You forgot the decimal point in between those numbers.
Yeah, we'll hang out.
Okay.
Nix wants to join us. I have an extra bed in my room. She wants to just sleep in the palace too.
No, I wanted to catch up with my friend Leonidas tonight. Did you have fun?
Or unless Sophia is still sleeping in that extra bed, I'm just going to move it out. It's crowded.
I think Sophia is like putting herself up in various locations, utilizing her aristocratic living style.
Yeah, isn't our room and board being paid for by people?
And live fancifully.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
have
living at the inn.
Yeah, you have aristocratic living because of your efforts to save Honora in the city.
Yeah, I just got a nice room at the inn.
All right, what are you talking with Leonidas about? Just catching up?
Yes, just catching up with him about, what I've been up to, letting him know I'm intending on a plan to meet Rose. Certainly looking forward to catching up with Agatha and Ambrosia.
Definitely seems to sort of chuckle at that notion and express, wishing you the best of luck in dealing with her. He knows that she can be quite a lot, especially when it comes to you.
Yes, and if there's anything he wants me to bring back to Agatha while I'm there, be sure to let me know, since I know he's watching the Silky River while she's gone.
He seems content. Nothing that needs to be brought to her, simply things that need to be brought back by her. So he thanks you, but doesn't need it.
Great, and I spend the night with him.
Oh, that's so nice. You guys just like hang out and chat all night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
All right.
Hey, Inferior. I got a question for you.
Yes, my friend?
I mean, you're pretty close to Nyx, right?
Yes.
You ever notice that her and Theamos been spending a lot of time together lately?
I mean, we all spend a lot of time together. I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, like just the two of them. Like they just kind of go off and do things together.
I mean, they ran some errands together today, but I don't see anything strange about it.
Right. Well, let me let you in on a little secret. Typically, when two people go and do errands together and find excuses to spend time with one another, just the two of them, you just keep an eye on it. You'll see. You see.
All right.
Hey, you doing all right? Since the Griffin thing?
Well, I mean, I'm fine. I just have some things to think over.
So like, you don't think it's right to hurt animals when they run away?
I mean, no, they learned their lesson. They're predators. They attacked us, and they found us too hard of a prey.
Yeah, but
It's just the natural order of things.
But what about people that aren't as strong as us? What if they attack a group like that again?
That group shouldn't be in an area where they could get attacked, or they should travel in stronger numbers. predators are not going to have the same, well, moral compunctions that humanoid beings have. They see prey, they attack. That's just their way. It's the way of nature.
But isn't it the way of man to make sure nature doesn't harm man?
No, it's the way of any being to protect itself. Some just aren't capable of it.
So if something's not capable of protecting itself, it should just die.
Not necessarily, but take a robin in the woods, for instance.
Yeah.
There are creatures that would prey on it. That doesn't mean it must die, but it takes certain precautions so that it doesn't.
That's true, but I mean, typically griffins aren't on that trade route.
I don't know a lot about griffins, but I do know that lions have massive territories that sometimes move, and that eagles are not the most sedentary of creatures. Just because the griffins are not usually there does not mean they. It's chance. It's the unpredictability of the world. It's probably not a regular piece of their territory, but as the plot moves and expands, it's natural that they might come across a road.
I get that. I mean, this world is unpredictable. Seems like things can change on a whim. One day you're just traveling from city to city, you get attacked. Another day you decide to go home and it's just not there. I mean, to me, I think I don't know, every person has the right to, well, not have to just live on chance and luck alone. You make your own. And sometimes I think it's, I don't know, our responsibility to help those less fortunate to maybe tip the scales a little bit in their favor.
So you would kill every griffin, every bear, every predator that might eat a man.
There ain't no might about it. If I come across a bear or a griffin and they got someone's innards in their claws or their teeth, I mean, you said they ain't got no morals. I know man can change over time, real difficult. They can have sorrow, anguish, grief, guilt. That creature, I mean, once it kind of tastes the blood of a human, starts to get a little bit of that addiction. It wants more, covets it. If we can do something to stop that, I ain't taking pleasure in it by no means. I just seen too many people across this land get hurt. If I could do something to make sure no one else gets hurt, I'm gonna try to do that. If you can find a way to rehabilitate these creatures or make sure they don't do it again, I'll follow you right into it.
That, my friend, is domestication and is not right for many creatures.
I mean, I don't know. I've seen you be able to do pretty great and powerful things, and I mean, if we're supposed to take on the Titans one day, I think maybe you got it in you to figure out something else that you can do to them.
I cannot fault you for wanting to protect people, Mercury. I also want to protect people. My view of the world is slightly different. I spent the entirety of my first 50 years outside my tree as part of the forest, as one of those creatures.
Well,
prey upon humans. However, I learned their natural cycle, and I see humans in the same light as I see many beasts and creatures and even plants, because I can communicate with them just as well and understand them even better. to me,
Well,
they're lesser beings that form strange addictions to human blood and these other distasteful things, but I also cannot fault you for wanting to protect people, and as such, I have to come to peace within myself that we are going to and that you are still my fellows and still my friends. Perhaps, perhaps it is just part of our natures that is different.
yeah. I mean, I tell you this, I don't see all of us as the same as other people. I mean, I do a lot of things to help a stranger on the street, but hell, if it means I ain't coming back, make sure y'all safe, I do it.
And that is very noble of you.
I mean, I don't know about that.
Oh, you two are adorable as you hear the scritching of a quill onto parchment from your right as Kyra just seems to sort of look up from the to the two of you. So very compelling. She seems to be quite enjoying your bit of discussion. As Mercury and Imperial, both of you, go ahead and get yourself a swiggity swooty on Trading Point. And with that, we'll be taking a short break of sorts, just to sort of reconnoiter with what is changing. And y'all have 5 days in Astoria now, it seems, before you head out towards Mitros. So maybe take a moment and think about what it is you want to do during that bit of time, as we'll apply that and hit the old fast forward button and see what happens. But for the time being, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. So hang in there. Thanks for hanging out with us, and I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope to see you in a little bit. All right. Thank you all so much for hanging in there as we're ready to go ahead and continue on with episode 23 of Heroes of Thylea. As the Heroes of Thylea find themselves with a bit of time at the behest of Sophia, waiting on some materials and wanting to do a bit of preparations before they head off down south to wrestle with whatever it is that's going on above the streets and roofs of Mitros. Now, let us see what it is they decide to do with said time. Unfortunately, Kishi did have to depart, player of Bartholomeos, so control of his character will be passed over, as per usual, to Monsieur Brendan, but I don't believe he had anything he needed to do right this second anyway, unless perhaps there was something you wanted to use him for, Brendan, since he has been puppeted now. Yep, get the glove up there, yep.
I don't think I need him for anything.
All right.
Also, I don't know if him and Sophia are in the greatest terms right now, so I doubt they'd be hanging out.
Fair enough. Didn't get a chance to determine that before he had to depart, so who knows? Let's see. So, finding yourselves...
oh shit, I forgot there's another thing.
The thing?
I forgot I also gave Davos a gigantic bag of strange crystals.
All right.
Oh, yeah, from the mines?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and mark that
100
down.
pounds of dragon crystals.
Yeah, he definitely freaks out when given
Can I
that.
steal some of those?
Do you need some of the dragon crystals?
Just to like experiment a little bit. I don't know if I can like do anything with them, but like just to see.
Sure. Yeah, y'all know I fucking harvested a shit ton, so if you want some, yeah.
I'll just take like 10 pounds. Maybe
All
20.
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna take 20.
20 pounds.
20 pounds
Okay.
of crystal.
80
to Davos.
I forgot that we got those crystals. I would have had a jeweler make little necklaces for each person out of some of those crystals.
Okay.
My 5 days.
Anyone in particular? Penelope would certainly be willing to aid you with that, having made jewelry before.
Yeah, I guess I can go talk to Penelope. I just don't want her getting any ideas.
Or you can find somebody else in town.
Is there anyone else? Yeah, I'd try to find someone else that's a new apprentice as well.
Okay. Yeah, sort of spending a bit of time looking around, perhaps checking some of the stalls and the such in the Agora that are selling said sorts of trinkets and jewelry. Some of them of relatively high quality make, those ones sort of located near the palace. The ones sort of towards the more common area, the larger market, seem to be more middle of the road. As which are you looking for, high end or middle?
I'd say probably middle.
Okay.
You know, looking specifically for an apprentice. And I just kind of want them to like take the crystal and make it like a circle shape, but like carve out kind of the letter C in it, so it almost looks like OC for Oracle's Chosen.
Okay. Yeah, you certainly find, with a bit of time on the first day, someone willing to take on that job for a commission rate of, 7 necklaces? So, necklaces, right?
Yep.
For 7 drachmae. 1 drachmae each.
Okay, I will do that so I can get rid of some lepta.
Yeah, so 700 lepta then. Functionally $700.
Okay, so that is 4, 7, 4. Sounds good.
All right. Since we're on you right now, anything else you do over the next 4 days?
Just connecting with nobles, trying to get more people in the apprenticeship. check in with other people that have maybe been apprenticing, see how things are going, just see how the program has been working.
Yeah, overall, it seems to be working pretty well. There are a few people who have struggled with it and found that what their first thoughts were to try and do, either they didn't really make the cut for, or it just turned out not to be for them. But thankfully, your efforts have been enough that there is enough willpower, I guess, amongst the ruling class to sort of help people pivot and find a place where they do fit and do function quite well. Including even in some cases farming and the farmhand section of the labor force of Astoria also expanding in a beneficial fashion. Overall, things seem to be going quite well, and the nobles are happy to see quite quickly, it seems, a modest return on their investment along with yours. Some of them even offering to host, a dinner or something in your appreciation, should you so choose at some point in the future.
Oh, that's nice. Everyone wants to feed me. I think the rules. No, that's pretty much it. I'm assuming that the necklaces would be done after 5 days?
Yes.
Okay.
And give me... Give me a D100 roll. And add... Give me a D100 and a persuasion roll with advantage.
100 persuasion. Oh, persuasion. What are you again? Is it control or alt or shift?
Shift for advantage.
Is it with my mouth? Oh, I get it anyways.
Yeah. Okay. So about a 75. All right. Yeah.
I got a C.
Yeah, and that is right around the tier, if you will, of the quality and make of the necklaces. They aren't what's the word? Like truly flawed and like ugly looking. There's certainly room for improvement, but beseeching a apprentice to make them for you, they have done the best that they can and have come out with a relatively modest and appreciable effort, with a fine sort of engraving on these sort of circular pendants, it seems what they have decided to carve that crystal into, with the oracle's chosen etched into it, the little OC.
Nice.
With a simple sort of silver chain and bronze backing for the pendant as well. It's a very pretty combination that you have collected for yourself. Nicely done. Let's see. And Inferior, what are you getting yourself up to over the next 5 days?
Well, training, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
You can't train 24/7.
No.
I mean, you can, but you'll die.
Observing human life and what it's like. This is really the closest she's been as far as like being in civilization since she left the Amazons. So she's just trying to figure out people. They're just so fascinating after all.
You spend a bit of your time sort of people watching, not really directly interacting with them, but seeing how their day-to-day interactions go. Yeah. Do you do so obviously, or are you trying to hide the fact that you're sort of just observing people?
I mean, like, I'm not sneaking around, but I'm also not just staring at people.
You don't run up to people having casual conversations, meaning, "Hello, humans. What is it are you talking about? I'm not here."
What?
Okay.
But if like touch me curiously and stuff like that, I'll interact with them. But generally, I just kind of like walk around or sit on a bench, or,
Gotcha. Yeah, most of your interactions seem to be something you've experienced before. Some none too aware individual seemingly just sort of gawking at you as you're out and about. You're very tall, very pretty, and very colorful. Hard to not notice against the backdrop of, stone paths and mostly nondescript buildings. You sort of stand out like a sore 6'8" thumb. So you definitely get your own fair share of onlookers, and a few, curious children who, sort of come up and ask about like your pretty hair and, where you're from, that sort of deal. Lots of people quite curious about you in response, it seems, to your own curiosity about them. Including sort of, it seems like in between his breaks or coming out when his shift is over, Marcos from the Dragon Tooth, seeming to want to sort of like ask you about, what it is you all have been doing and what it's like being a part of the Oracle's Chosen. He seems to be really interested both in Mercury, but as the days pass and he seems to sort of make a note to come see you wherever it is you're sort of hiding out in the various parts of the city, seemingly interested in you as well. You seem, for lack of a more ancient Grecian word, pretty fucking cool, if a little weird and aloof at the same time. So he seems quite interested in you. Other than that, go ahead and give yourself a sort of downtime tracker, similar to like the one you had for fixing Ivis, that you, I think, knocked out a while ago. But give yourself one for sort of sparring and practice, and set it to be an ability check.
Okay.
All right, I'll set the ability.
Oh no, I pressed a button.
And this is something you're working on by yourself, right?
By myself and with whoever decides to join me. I can do it by myself. I can also do it with people.
Okay. We'll set this, make a slight addendum. So this will be sparring and practice solo, with your completion target actually being 225. There we go. And then for each day that you spend sparring by yourself, go ahead and roll a check for that.
I believe I'm sparring with her during this length of 5 days.
So these 5 days I have a birthday.
Yeah, so then quickly go ahead and make a second and set it to be for Nyx, as there is a thing that I'm working on, but it's depending on who it is you're training with.
Ooh.
So Mel, go ahead and give yourself one as well in your downtime, sparring and or practice, and then label it as your practice with Inferior. Yeah, and that one should be 300. Good. Dex, there you go. And then go ahead and roll 3 checks for yourself, or 5 checks for yourself with Nyx. And Nyx, you have one with Inferior.
Yes, I made one to practice with Inferior over the coming days.
Okay, and you can do either Dex or Wisdom for yours.
Bet.
And then give me 5 checks as well.
I like this little downtime tracker thing.
My part.
Okay. As of course, you all would also benefit from a long rest if you need to take one, so be sure to do that. As Atreus, I believe you were saying you were just going to spend some time amongst the common folk, not really focusing on too much of anything at the time, just trying to enjoy some time off.
Essentially. If any of the party needs him, they know where to find him, but for the most part, that's just where he's going to be hanging out, in the Agora and around town. Having a sense of normalcy. After taking on young Hydra, or young Cerberus. I mean, it's basically Dog Hydra.
Basically, right?
Think about it. When you think about it, yeah. Just a sense of normalcy for him.
Okay. Just enjoying a bit of rest and relaxation. No problem. All right, and that leaves me with Nyx. What are you doing?
Well, first thing I do the next day is I write up a note on a piece of parchment and roll it up and wrap it in a scrap of leather that I probably had left over from when I tried to make a gift for the Forge Keeper that I never gave her. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pin that little bookmark of sorts that I made to this letter as well. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the water skin. I'm going to ask Sophia if I can call upon our Calendrone. And with Sophia's permission, I quickly give her very exact directions from Astoria, crossing into the mountains towards Mitros. And I tell her she needs to find a small shrine of sorts to the spirit that lives there. And you are going to put this water skin and this rolled piece of parchment at the shrine and leave it be. Do that as soon as you can. I send her off.
Kefalonia will follow your instructions. Kefalonia will return. As Kefalonia takes off and floats away, ever so peacefully.
Lovely. And with that done, I'm going to spend my mornings training with Inferior to become, or revisit my skills with the spear, rather. And in the afternoons, I'm going to spend some time in the Agora, setting up a little space for myself to do some fortune readings for people and trying to gain some extra coin.
Gotcha. Let me see. Yeah, we'll treat it like Yeah, that might work actually. All right, over the course of the 5, you're spending all 5 days spending some time doing this in addition to the training with Inferior?
Yes, it's split half and half. We train, we break for lunch, and then I go to make coin in the Agora.
Okay. All right, let's do it this way. So in terms of trying to get a decent amount of drachmi from it, you basically have to pick your marks accordingly. You have to figure out who it is that looks like they have a decent amount of coin, because you only have so much time in the day and you can't waste your time reading the fortunes of every Tom, Dick, and Harry that walks past. You'll only end up with a few lepta after each day if you do that. So in terms of trying to capitalize on your efforts, let's say between 10 drachmi and what should the ceiling be? 5 days. Let's go 10 drachmi and 500 being the upper limit. What is your goal in terms of winning, so to speak? What's your target? The higher the target, the higher the difficulty.
Yeah, I suppose it wasn't like an intention on how fast you can get the coin for it. She's considering the fact that I can't even have the spearhead itself done until we do the necropolis, so it's really mostly her getting a head start and trying to gauge, I guess, what would be an average. So if she were to offer her services elsewhere, she would have a baseline of what to start charging. If that makes sense.
Not
She's
a whole
gauging the
lot.
market.
The market seems relatively diverse. Astoria has its influx of nobles and also traveling mercenaries, soldiers, the like.
Is there like a way I could just roll to see how much I get between 10 and 500? Because it's literally, I don't have any ideas for this. It was like, I'm going to do a thing. I wish to make money. How much money do I make doing the thing? I don't know how much to charge nobles. I'm still like, I don't know the scale of the coin in the world. Like if a drachma for a fortune telling is considered a lot in general compared to other seers.
The general idea is what we've landed on is one drachma, $100. One left as $1.
Great. Is that expensive for a seer? Or are well-notable seers known for charging a drachma per reading?
Really well notable seers are quite expensive because there's usually either a religious or magical connotation to them. And while you have a bad reputation due to people's seeming supernatural fear of you, you are also a member of the Oracle's Chosen, and your reputation precedes you as being quite devout and connected to the gods, especially Valis. So you have a fair amount of clout when it comes to providing guidance, it seems.
So 10 drachma a fortune? A reading? I don't know. Are you
$1,000.
Are you asking me how much I'm charging for my fortunes? Are you asking me how much I'm trying to make? Because I don't know how much I'm trying to make. Because that depends on the people. Okay.
$1 billion drachma.
I'm gonna go for the 500 then. I'm gonna go for 500. I'm gonna roll, and you're gonna tell me how much I make.
Yeah, all the range was supposed to indicate was just what kind of people you were asking. People with heavy pockets would have more gold, so you're asking for like nobles and people who might be a bit more skeptical and stuff like that.
I'm sorry, more what?
So are the nobles just hang out in the Agora? I guess that's kind of where I was thrown for a loop. I'm in the Agora doing this.
There are two distinct agoras, one sort of in the more common area, one closer to the palace that has more higher end goods and services.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a second one.
Yeah, that's why I was like, where do you want your necklaces made? Mid or high end?
Okay, so yeah, then I'm near the palace.
Okay.
Yes, go to Rodeo Drive.
All right, then give me an insight check, a deception check, an intimidation check, and a straight wisdom check.
Okay, so insight, deception.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to list all those for me again.
Intimidation or persuasion.
Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna do persuasion instead.
I'll take the 17 for that. Was that plus 3, so 20. And then a straight wisdom check. Okay. Need to roll. Yeah. Plus, yeah. One more. Okay, so 10 for, what is that? That's 20. I doubt you won't make that. Wow, right on the money. All right, and last but not least, wisdom check. Hey, look at that. I think that's 1, 2, 3 successes. All right. As you find over the course of these 5 days, you spending a lot of time calling to the noble, wealthy, those who own land, those who own vineyards and farmland, lots of assets in the outer sort of northeastern section of Astoria. You recognize some faces with your astute memory and keen eye for people from even when you first visited Astoria and encountered Pythor. Some of the nobles that were in his chamber seem to even stop by you and pay credence to your dealing of fates and fortunes and humor your efforts, especially realizing who it is you are and who it is you're connected to. Some of them seem to be more interested in you personally and the oracles chosen than in their fortune, seeming to try to chat you up and be it seems like trying to gain inroads with you while you're seeming to try to maintain a professional atmosphere, not necessarily to invite you over or anything, but seeming to get access to those who you're connected to. But they pay heavily for such interactions, as you find yourself coming away at the end of 5 days quite handsomely with 650 drachmae.
Oh yeah.
Making yourself a small fortune playing your cards just right.
And I put that 650 in a pouch of their own, separate from my main coin pouch.
In a few days, I think... No, at the end of the first day, actually, Kefalonia the Keledon returns from said shrine and says that she has deposited what you requested amongst, it seems like, other gifts, though she seems to sort of hesitate when she says it.
What do you mean other gifts?
Seems others had left things for quite some time.
Quite some time. That's not. I'll sort it out when we get there. Thank you.
Of course. As Kefalonia seems to make her way from where she finds you back to Vulcan's workshop. Speaking of Vulcan's workshop, unless there's anything else, Nix? Theamos. What are you finding yourself doing?
So I'm going to take these strange crystals, and I want to make cool anime crystal weapons.
You want to make cool anime crystal weapons?
Denied.
Yep. But also, I'm not like a jeweler, so I'm going to use like smithing techniques. And instead of like trying to like melt the crystals, because I don't know if crystals melt, and like form it, I'm going to try to like puzzle piece them together with like metal to where they stick to the metal. It's like
your stained glass sword.
You're kintsuging them together.
I don't know what that word means, but I assume so.
It's like the art of taking broken china and putting it back together with molten gold. I really like that art, actually.
Yes.
Okay.
Allow it, but do true anime style, so it takes like 70 episodes for it to happen.
Yeah, how many flashbacks are we talking about here?
One specific anime.
What kind of weapon are you making? That's the first question. Because depending on the kind of weapon you make, it'll be easier or harder. They're definitely in your smithing experience, you would know it'd be much easier to make something heavy and like bludgeoning, something solid and tough, than it would be to make, say, something with a really fine point, like a rapier or something like that. the more dexterous and finessey the thing you're trying to make, the much more difficult it'll be. Making something like
Make
a
a Gungan
mole,
suit.
you could do pretty easily. You think you could do that in 5 days for sure, at your technique level. What are you aiming for?
About like a halberd, where it's like mostly metal, but like it's only like the actual staff and everything is metal, but the blade will still be mostly crystal.
Okay, yeah, crystalline halberd. There might be some difficulties in the just slightly due to the length and just the way that force is applied at greater distances than, say, something like a great axe, but it is certainly much more doable than something truly fine pointed. Especially if you're just making the blade for this halberd out of this sort of crystalline metal kintsugi style kind of creation.
Would a great axe be easier?
A great axe would be a pretty good halfway point between, say, a maul and a halberd.
I'll do a great axe.
Okay, great axe. This is going to require a fair amount of your time, basically all of it, if you want to get it done in 5 days.
Yeah, I don't mind. That's all I was going to do anyways.
All right, schwiggity schwitty. Let's see. All right, I'm going to need from you. It's going to take a. Well, actually, no. You have a wealth of resources at your disposal now for making this sort of item. So pretty simple. So I need not three. I need a smithing tools check from you for each day.
You mean what's that?
That's a fair point, isn't it? That's a fair point. All right. Give me a smithing tool check, actually then with strength, con, and intelligence. And also, I guess, also one with charisma for a measure of its aesthetic.
Did anyone else able to do like tool checks? I still can't do those. Maybe there's something wrong on my sheet.
You have to put the tool in your inventory. So if you go to like the
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay. But didn't roll correctly. Well, that's my strength one, at least.
Okay.
Think. It's not adding my proficiency. There we go. Okay.
Okay, so with your proficiency, what total is that? 11? 12?
Yes.
All right.
Yikes.
Ooh. Finding some difficulties getting this bonding process to work.
Oh, wait a minute. I have inspiration. I'm just re-roll that one.
All right, using your mythic inspiration to re-roll it. Hey, much better.
Intelligence. If it goes. Oh, there it goes. 15 again.
All right.
And then charisma.
Ooh. Yeah, a bit of a rough time, a bit of a rough go of it. It's certainly an avant-garde looking weapon. Definitely seems, though, at the end of the 5 days, you end up with something functional, and it seems quite sharp, perhaps even potentially magically potent if given the right enchanting process with the right materials. as it seems like you've created a decent base, but in terms of its overall aesthetic, it's not truly as anime as you wanted it. Finding that you had to use perhaps a sort of duller alloy for the metal components of the bonded crystal blade, perhaps setting out to use gold or something of that nature to start with, and finding it didn't really hold the way that you wanted underneath stress, and needing to go with a sort of steel alloy in order to make it function.
And how much crystal do I use for this?
Overall, basically twice the weight of a great axe. So, great axe is 7 pounds, so 14 pounds of crystal in order to make it function. A couple of failed experiments, and some crystal that was just lost in the process.
Okay, and then other than that, I get 6 days of breastfeeding my egg. Sorry, brain feeding. There.
Brain feeding, yes, not breastfeeding. Jeez.
No, he said breast. He said breast. Do it.
There you go.
Hey, making some great progress. You can see the light within the egg seeming to grow more and more receptive with each day, especially with this new experience. Seeing, you working at the forge and these different memories compared to everything else you've been doing, seems to reward you quite handsomely with a great deal of progress. Nicely done. And last, but certainly not least, Sophia, what do you find yourself doing with your 5 days?
I got a whole bunch of stuff. First off, going to our old friend that everybody forgot about. I also forgot his name, Prometheus. Because I got a bag full of skulls.
Indeed. Old
go
man
see him.
Prometheus.
And, yeah. Gonna give him the 25 skulls, and he promised us 10 drachmae per skull. Collect on that. And,
He seems to shuffle into this sort of underground, cellar, and come back up with basically a crate full of gold.
Gold.
Yeah, it's full of gold.
This is gold.
Yeah, they're drachmae, but that's what the material is. It's full of gold, so.
And our sort of curt conversation is I don't give a whole bunch of frou-frou about it. Basically show up, I'm like, we've returned, I've got skulls, give me money. Also, I've got this list of people. I need to know who is his recommendation for a jeweler in town. The one best stocked. And, yeah. Just the recommendation he's got is I got a big old list of people that I got dealing with when we were doing our auction. That I was doing the Facebook thing and I was collecting their personal information. But I want his recommendation on a jeweler in town.
You want some really fine jewelry, then?
No. More raw materials, more than anything else.
Raw materials for metals and gemstones.
Yes.
You're better off working with the dwarves than a jeweler. Get them directly from the supply.
Flip through my book to see if I've got any names that I've dealt with in the past that seemed excited about the souvenirs from the chosen ones. Do I got anybody on the list? Any dwarven miners maybe that owned a mine or something?
Dwarven Miners. Give me a straight luck roll for that one. Straight D20, high or low, your call.
Sophia's a low girl. Ooh.
Dwarven, no, unfortunately. Not anyone that seemed connected to the mining industry.
Fine. Anyone he recommends then?
Outside of that, there is someone connected to the nobility. Seems to do pretty good work from what he's heard. Check my little whatchamacallit. I think his name was Krylios. Kyrillos.
Curlios?
Krylios. He seems to, according to Prometheus, do some pretty good work. He doesn't know if he has a direct connection to a mine or a supply. I think, to his knowledge, he believes he works through the dwarves, but is pretty talented and well connected.
Gotcha. Besides that, selling off some longbows that I took from the head centaur. Has got 3 of them.
Able to easily find a simple bower in town. Seemingly quite interested in them, wanting to, seems like, repurpose them for his own hunting efforts.
Yeah, I only took the good ones.
Yeah. You seem to be in quite good enough shape considering what they've been through, holding up through travel, through fire breath and hot and cold and rain, as you would be able to get their full sale price for them at 50 drachmae apiece.
Yeah,
as
I wasn't
opposed to the
carrying them.
typical half.
They were in the
In the-
cart, or with Manius.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So full 50 for each.
Yep.
Nice.
150
I'm so fucking
drachmae.
stupid.
What'd you do?
I'm fucking psychic. Why didn't I use my psychic stuff on those rolls?
Rip!
Next up, I am going to one of the hoity-toity motherfuckers in my list, and I've got a special offer for them. Something real spicy we found out on our journeys. About 8 gallons of it. Seder wine. Selling some Seder wine to one of the people that looked most eager to buy up and spend some money on souvenirs. Somebody that seemed a little bit frivolous with their cash.
Ah, you know just the person. Someone whose name, oddly enough, is almost apt to this encounter, by the name of Dionysios.
That's a very telling name. Yeah, I got 8 gallons I'm selling to him.
Yeah, he seems, one, very happy that you remembered him, and 2, so happy to see you again, and 3, just has the perfect thing to trade you for them. Do you only want drachmae? He seems to have something he has acquired via his own sort of connections that he thinks might be interesting to you, perhaps something useful.
If it can aid us on our task, let us say it.
As he would trade you if you would accept half the worth of the 8 gallons in drachmae, the other half in rubies of a very fine make.
Very acceptable. Perfect.
Did I give you a price per gallon for that wine?
Fuck no. I just stole it off the table.
That's right.
Google Docs, why are you not working?
You want to try to accept his best offer, or are you going to make a case for how much they should be worth?
I'm not into salesmanship, so I just say, got this shit. Fucking, I tell him the truth of where we got it, and if he tells me 500 drachmae, I'd push for 1,000.
All right, give me a persuasion roll.
Real good at these.
He does seem to have a soft spot for you and seem to be quite eager in buying it, but he's no fool, not truly.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, he would have empty pockets. Ooh.
All right. Doing that mystic inspiration.
Hey, a 10. Nicely done. As he definitely seems to sort of give a happy and cheery smile at you, not accepting, his initial offer. A bit of smarts to you after all. And undercuts with a counter offer. Not really meeting in the middle, but trying to pay respect at least to your position, and offers you 650 drachmae.
So 325 in drachmae,
actual gold, and 325 in really nice, fine, deep cut rubies. I know, I've heard rumors of your group having quite an interesting mix of people, so I thought this would be useful to you. I've heard such things before, such things being needed. Perhaps this will help you.
If I come across other oddities on our journey, I might keep you in mind, as long as the price is right.
Price. It will be what it will be. But I'm happy to buy such things off of you.
Let's see. Other than that, I want to go to the jeweler dude. See if he's got some alexandrite.
Alexandrite?
What can I use that for?
Someone's doing what I want them to do. Alright, cool. Wouldn't it be so shitty if I was just like, nah, no alexandrite, not for 300 miles. It only exists in Hades.
Words?
Sorry. Oh. Yeah, he definitely seems to have access and a not a very large supply, but a supply of alexandrite. Though the more of it you need, the higher the price will go. With a limited quantity, it gets more difficult to part with as you carve into his supply. So, How much are you looking for?
I'm going to look for, if he's got sort of limited supply and he's telling me the more I eat up, the more it's going to cost me. I am going to look for, now I got to relook at this again. Oh god, oh no. Oh no. Let's see, I want 4 of that and 4 of that. So I'm looking for 600 drachmae in alexandrite and 600 drachmae in... What is it? Oh god, what's it called? It's of energy. Energy is topaz.
600 of each.
Yeah.
All right. So you're going to end up... He has enough to supply that, but you're going to end up overpaying if you want the full amount. If that makes sense to you, what I'm saying, essentially. You'll end up with 600 GP worth, but it'll cost you more than 600 to get all of it.
How much is he willing to sort of sell that won't hurt his stock?
He is willing to part with basically about half that. It was the tipping point.
So basically 2 alexandrites and 2 topazes?
Yeah. You're looking at a 25% price increase for the extra topaz and alexandrite respectively. So you'd be paying 25% extra on 300. So only 75 more drachmae if you're willing to part with it. So it'd be 75 plus 75, 150, right? So a total of 1350 instead of 1200.
Let's go for that for now.
You'll take the 1350?
Yeah.
All right. He seems quite enthused with that exchange.
Then after that, I'm just going to be working in Davos's place, waiting for potions to get done. But I'm going to be working on making oils, and I'm going to resupply on alchemy supplies, just like jars and shit, because I've used a decent amount, and on scribe materials for my spells. So I'm going to get like, I got to look at the prices, but I might get like 1,000 worth of rate and shit.
Gotcha.
I'll have to look at that later.
Gotcha. All right. Should you be able to craft all of the oils in the 5 days?
I doubt it. I'll have to look at all the rules and shit, but I have them on hand.
All right.
Look at that after the session, because that'll take me a bit of hemming hawing.
Okay, and so with that then, 5 days tick on.
Oh, I would have done one more
by.
thing.
Oh, what's
I
up?
would have done one more thing. I would have taken all of the, I don't know if we did it in the other session, but I would have taken all of the family jewels or whatever from the dwarves to the one dude, the clanstone guy.
To Prometheus.
Like all the dog tags, like all the family crested jewelry from the forges.
Ah, that's
Probably
right.
could've gone
Yeah,
together.
because because Sophia took the skulls, so she got the 250, I believe, drachmae for that, and then the other signifiers to help give peace. Do you remember what the total count was that you had?
1,000 billion trillion million.
Don't think it was that many.
Notes.
Remember you found like some signet rings and stuff.
Nope.
I've got it written here anywhere. Doesn't look like it. Quartermaster logs.
All right, then you have to give me 2d8.
14 family knickknacks.
There you go.
Good job. That's what we have a
Hey,
quartermaster.
nicely done, indeed. So then 14 at 10 apiece, I get you another 140 drachmae into your pockets.
Yep. I'll just go and give that to Sophia because I don't do money.
This is another.
Yep. All right. So now, time advances to sales. Quite a ways into the future.
Oh yeah.
Dude.
The future.
As you are now at 7 a.m. on the 3rd of Pythion, 500 CE. It is a Patios.
How many rubies did I get?
In terms of actual individual counts,
Yeah.
325 drachmi total, divided by 50 and 25 respectively. So 2, 4, 450 GP, 50 drachmi rubies, and the rest 25 drachmi rubies. And now you get your potions from Davos, done quite early in the morning, as he has them sort of bundled up for you, as you get 750 drachmi of potions. So I have them as actual items. I'll just like throw them on you. Where are you? Brendan, Sophia, potions.
Also, inquire to Nyx about the mountain passage we're going through, if it's hospitable enough for horses. Or are we hoofing it with our hoofs and not horse hoofs?
Yeah, we're gonna have to go on foot after a length. We could take horses up to a point. You can have Meneus bring them back to Astoria. But once we hit the mountains, we're going to have to go on foot. They're not quite friendly for beasts of burden.
Yeah, you wager the only thing that could make it through some of those tighter passages and higher rises might be Eddie. That's about it.
Okay. Well, I'll inquire with the group. If anybody wants me to sell their horse, I will also sell their horse. I'm going to sell mine. And let Meneus have a break.
I used to have a horse.
Or
Oof.
As you get 3 potions of greater healing with some extra potency to them. And the remainder in potions of lesser healing. Oh, you know what? Actually, I recall this now. You get all of this in greater potions. That was part of the, I believe the initial issue was that he had to make this all in one concentrated batch. So dividing his efforts and dividing the potency of the magic was something that would be complicated, costly, and kind of pointless.
like one big crock pot of...
Yeah. As you get 5 potions of greater healing.
Noise.
Quite a big chunk of healing. Enjoy. All right. It seems like there is, over the course of the 5 days, most things have been pretty peaceful in town for all of you, able to go through your motions, etc., etc. Though you found towards the last few days there were like sort of spotty rain showers, even here in Astoria. And Nikki, your propensity to get up onto the higher peaks of Astoria and sort of take in nature overall, you've definitely noticed over the last few days, looking south, the sky always seems to be darker and darker. with each day, seeming to almost sort of spread across the sky as you look at the horizon. There's still patches of bright blue and, fluffy white clouds, but you cannot help but notice what looks like just a massive thunderhead way off in the distance.
I inform my companions that we may be encountering even more of a storm than we expected.
Yeah. Your experience in nature leads you to believe perhaps that whatever it is that's going on in Mitros seems to be creating smaller storms and sending them in various directions. This one seeming to head towards Astoria.
There's a storm headed for Astoria, probably an offshoot of the one in Mitros. There's a thunderhead approaching that I've seen grow day to day.
So we'll have to go fast. We'll have to travel quickly on the horses towards the base of the mountain, and then trek as quickly as we can to higher ground. I know a cave that we can stay in, but it's closer to Mitros than it is to Astoria. Resting overnight may not be comfortable. We'll be out in the wilderness, in the middle of a storm.
I'm not sure that we want to be in the mountains with such a storm. Who knows if it will be snow or rain, or even ice.
We will not be traveling too far up. Before the tips of the mountains, I expect us to be around the center area when it's still covered in trees.
Then it should not be too bad, as long as we are prepared.
Right. So.
In both of your experience, both of you spending a lot of time in that area, there seems to be a tendency for coastal storms to seem to sort of stick to the valley and border of the old woods on the eastern side of that mountain chain. As it moves up, the system rarely seems to cross over and head west. So if you stick to a more westerly trail, of course, Nyx, you would know of a few, you would be able to sort of avoid, it seems, the majority of it. You might catch a heavy storm, maybe some offshoots of it, but not the direct path. That's more something that the farmers need to worry about in the lower valleys of Astoria.
Now, Sophia, you had that magic when we were resting on the way to the Mithril Forge. Is it able to keep off storms? Would it act as a sort of tent? Perfect.
Because of the magic bit, and it should be more spacious than it was before.
Wonderful. Now, the mountains are not easily navigatable on horseback. However, we should be able to bring Eddie with us. That does mean we will probably need to utilize Eddie as the beast of burden like we had through the old woods on the way to the Mossy Temple.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what he's for. I mean, he don't mind.
Wonderful. So I will pack my tent and bedroll and some of my other belongings from Octavia onto Eddie. Once we leave our horses, Menaeus can bring them back to Astoria.
Yeah.
We should also warn the people of Astoria about the incoming storm.
I do not believe that is our responsibility. I'm sure Pythor is very capable of doing that for his own people.
I think it's a
I'll go tell Nora. I'll go make sure Nora knows.
Very well.
It would be devastating, I think, for such a storm to roll in and the farmers be unprepared. And the markets, too.
Well done. Go and
Sure.
get yourself a trading point, Infurior.
I only wish to not be the one to incite a panic. It's better to allow the leadership to manage their own people than for us to go ahead and decide what we think is best for them.
I never meant to tell the people. themselves. I meant, when you say warn a city, I generally mean warn the leader. That's
Ah.
how that works, I thought.
Alright. Theamos is going to warn Nora. Nora will go take care of it herself. Kira is coming with us. Eos is coming with us, I believe.
I mean, you
Alright.
went and talked to him, didn't you?
Yes, Theamos convinced him to stay.
I'll go pick him up as I tell Nora as well. I guess that makes sense.
Wait! Before y'all go, I kind of I got us all something. It's nothing real special, but it's just kind of commemorate finishing up the second task on our list. I got some pretty neat necklaces made out of them there diamonds in the Dragon Cave place. Here, I'm just gonna hand out the necklaces.
How sweet.
Oh, look at this. It's lovely.
She really does care.
And put hers on.
Imperial will also put hers on.
Let's have a purpose other than aesthetics.
It's kind of a symbol of a group. Is it magical? No.
Think friendship bracelets, Sophia.
I don't trust it. It's probably cursed.
Oh, Sophia, wouldn't hurt to just put it on. It's a trinket.
Sure, if it makes you feel better.
I mean, I made sure that the chain was gray.
Exactly. Will not obstruct your beautifully neutral palette.
I don't appreciate this condescension.
Oh no, that's a genuine compliment. From me, at least.
As the three of you also get a training point, Nyx, Mercury, and Sophia.
I'm gonna run off and go tell Honora that Euphoria believes that there is an incoming storm. Does she know about what's going on in Mitros?
Yeah, just spending some of your time up in the palace, just through passing conversation, you definitely get the feeling that Honora is well aware of what's going on in Mitros, about the same level as Kira, perhaps passed on through Pythor to her. It seems like, she is trying her best to sort of prepare essentially like a recovery package once the ability to travel to Mitros is possible again, trying to foster goodwill between the nearby sisters, or cities rather.
Good, and just warn her about Inferior's fears about the marketplace and the farmers, and then go pick up Eos and meet back with the group.
Yeah. She seems quite appreciative of the heads up and quickly springs into action, issuing the necessary warnings both for the city and for the lower valleys, knowing it'll take some time to get those messages out. She appreciates the heads up. And Eos is already dressed and ready for travel. It seems like his military training sticking with him even through this little vacation of sorts, quite eager to get onto the road and get back to his home.
Nyx is just double checking her bags and making sure she's not forgetting anything. She has everything on Octavia.
Yeah, I have some retcon, more downtime stuff, but
How
I'll cover that with you.
How long is it going to take us to get to the base of the mountains from the road?
The base of the mountains?
Yeah, like when we, from the point where we gotta leave our horses. How long is that gonna take?
Assuming you take the...
Nyx, the well-traveled nymph, knowing the best route to take in these circumstances.
Yeah.
Putting in her 2 cents.
From Astoria, probably about 3/4 of a day, about 6 hours or so, before you get to. There is a grove of sorts, a sort of copse of trees that you recall on one of the western trails. You remember it because of its very iconic topography. A very strange one. One reminiscent, actually not too different from what you saw around the Mithril Forge, though much more buried, much more old. Your associates in the mountains comically referred to it as a forest of hands, though these ones much more buried, only fingertips seeming to stretch out of the soil, with a beautiful little pond and an abundance of nature. Always a bountiful place to hunt and rest as well, finding the hands to be almost comforting in their stony visage. You remember from the Forest of Hands leads you to the base of the first sort of hills and mountains you need to trek over, and that there is another path after that that seems to split between the northernmost sections of hills, leading one to the west, back towards the Mithril forges in that general direction, which is where you would be coming down from the hills onto. You'd be coming onto that western path, and you need to go from that western path a bit east and follow the southern path that also branches back up north. It's sort of like, what's the best way to explain this? You are heading south, and you will encounter basically a Y that is sideways to the right. And so you can follow that Y back up north and it'll circle you around to the farms, or you can follow it down south and it'll lead you up further treks and up true mountains, no more real forests besides a few patches on higher rises. But at that point, you're truly in the mountains after you go through that Y pass. Which you'll remember also iconic because of its sort of druidic marker stone, a sort of platform surrounded by a thick copse of trees, not comfortable like the Forest of Hands, but distinct in its connection to the primal forces. It's almost fitting. You walk through the hands of Kintamane and come across the resting place or a connection point to Thylea, and from there you know you are set on your journey up through the mountains. At that point, there's nothing really memorable besides a few familiar faces, perhaps, and then after that, you're in Mitros.
Now, the first length of our journey is not even going to take an entire day, just most of it. However, when we stop there, it's a grove of sorts with stone hands emerging from the earth, not as prominent as the ones outside the forge. I suggest that we rest there before the sun goes down and see if there's anything that we can hunt and forage. The reason why is because once we reach the mountains, there is a spirit that presides there. It requires offerings, lest we become its prey. So we stop at the hands, we get some... Yes, that should work. We got some creatures of prey, we go hunting, we use those as the offerings as we pass the shrines along the mountains, and that would at least afford us a safe travel through. And I'll figure out the rest once we better understand what we're dealing with. Any questions?
No.
Is the spirit hot?
Wait. What?
You may say so, yes.
Other than
Any
that,
more
nope.
questions? All right then. Shall we be off? Wonderful. Snix is going to hop onto Octavia and begin leading the troops outside of Astoria.
Indeed. And oh yeah.
Walk until the gate and then whistle for Sylvirix.
Yeah, seeming to descend down, almost like they were just waiting just outside of vision behind some tree or something of the sort, just sort of springing into being this beautiful and majestic spirit of nature beckoned at your call.
And then out of nowhere, Samus gets pounced by his dog.
As indeed the very large Drake making its appearance and pouncing onto Theamos, allowing all of you to travel in various degrees of comfort. Mercury alongside Eddie, Atreus carrying the burden of his own gear along with Bartholomeus, unless you guys keep your horses. Sophia?
Nah, let Menaeus have a time off and we're hoofing.
All right.
Oh wait, so Nyx was proposing we use the horses to get to the base of the mountain and then send them back to Astoria.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Don't sell horses, though.
Gotcha.
Not yet. Sell them when he gets back. Tell him which ones to sell.
Menaeus, sell the horses when you get back. Then have a vacation.
Yes, but not Octavia. Please don't sell Octavia.
Don't sell.
Just leave. Just
Unless it's a really good deal.
Sell the horses, eat Octavia.
Indeed. Setting off due south with Kyra in tow, quite cheery to the most of you, though Nyx, you can see ever so often on the road as you're leaving Astoria, she seems to sort of look back a bit wistfully and look forward and see the brewing thunderhead quite a ways off in the distance, but you can see just the slightest tinge of concern. You see that large and very strange looking amalgamation of strings, or so-called Medusa guitar, on her back, her scroll in hand. And for the first time, you think, basically really ever, don't see a smile on her face. As you see the flash off in the distance, a bolt streaming down from the clouds onto the ground. And as per usual, but a few moments later, the ominous sound of a thunderclap off in the distance, rolling over the hills. As that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Whoa.
Da, 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 da.
As there is a storm abrew, but that is not all that is brewing. Things are going to be quite interesting going forward in Heroes of Thylea, as even the goddess of music, happiness, storytelling, and a little bit of quick-footedness, and she cannot smile with what lays ahead. But that's not all that we have on Lionhead Gaming. There's always more D&D to be enjoyed throughout the week right here. This upcoming Tuesday, we are returning to the Apex Alliance as they confront a system, an unfair system, an unjust system, one that cannot be allowed to continue. And how will the Apex Alliance influence the system? Will they destroy it from the inside or from the outside? Will they turn the gears of its machinery against itself so that it can be rebuilt, perhaps into something more fair, more equitable? Or will they just say fuck it and get what it is they came for and leave? The answer to that question and many more cannot be found until this Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Lionhead Gaming for the continuation of Kingdoms of the South. And this Thursday, we are returning to the wonderful story of the Song of Rapture, as the Valiant Vanguard have ousted and petrified the Hell's Hydras. their leader turned to stone. Oh, such glorious stone. And deposited in the garden, I'm sure, quite soon. There's still a wedding that needs to be stopped. A family that needs to be perhaps brought up to speed on the whereabouts and the journey of their daughter, Persephone. What an interesting little tale she has been on, and one that I'm sure she is both eager and very hesitant to share. But that's not all that'll be brewing on Thursday's game, as I'm sure there's, well, a bit of politicking, a little bit of maintenance, and some projects to get other people started on. A guild hall that needs to be repaired, a teacher that needs to be contacted, and a mysterious, strange, almost sentient, destructive magic item that needs to be dealt with in some way, shape, or form. Wrestled into control for now, but it cannot be allowed to wander and consume the citizens and buildings of Oakwell. All of that, and much, much more, this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern for Song of Rapture. And we should be hopefully returning this upcoming Sunday for more Heroes of Thylea, as the wonderful cleric of prophecy, Nyx, is leading the Oracle's Chosen, at least for this stretch of the Odyssey, into familiar territory. But what lays in wait, not only past its hills and mountains underneath brewing thunderstorms, but also in the fates of those they are connected to. Things are changing in Thylea, not only for the Oracle's Chosen, but also for those that they know. Familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. And also Sidon, whose butt needs to be kicked. Am I right, Mercury?
Yep. Fucking murder him! And all of his children!
All right, Lannister, chill out. As that's all I've got for you. I certainly hope you have, oh Jesus, have enjoyed hanging out with us, and we're going to go ahead and try to see if we can find somebody, a member of the Storytellers Union, to share the love with, pass a host or a raid over to. And as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Toodles.
Bye.
Wash your hands.